Hello. It's stream time. I haven't streamed a bit recently. I've been kind of extra tired, but I really wanted to play more Blueprints. I feel like we made fantastic progress the last couple of streams, so I wanna keep that momentum going. We've got 4 Sanctum puzzles solved. That's half of them, and one of the Sanctum keys to the other doors. So we're missing 3 Sanctum keys, and the solutions to a few more puzzles. And then I think it's possible that that's kind of it. At least that's all the stuff that I'm aware of as being solvable. So I'm gonna jump right in. So we had a very busy couple of streams. The last few streams I did really increased our allowance, our number of stars. Finally figured out how to light candles, which is something I was sure we could do for absolutely ages. It turns out, yes, you can. You just got to find the workshop and have a metal detector and have a magnifying glass. So now I really want to try and find the tomb as the outside room. So yeah, we've got 63 stars, which is amazing. We've got 56 coins to begin the day with, which is amazing. And we've done 4 of these, which is amazing. So yeah, really starting strong now, I feel. So yeah, first things first, I want to try and find the tomb, and then I want to try and make that the firelighty thing again, because I'm sure that there's candles you can light in the tomb. So that's one goal for today. Another goal for today is find the key to her ladyship's diary. And I guess another one would be, let's try and get to day 8 in the classroom, or at least get, like, what was it, like day 5 or something, or classroom 5, because there was that map that I didn't take pictures of that I should have. So yeah, I'll do schoolhouse, I think, and maybe let's try and aggressively go for classrooms, because as I found out, the prize you get for 50 stars is that you can use stars to reroll rooms. When you've got 63 stars, that's a lot of rerolling you can do. So we want to try and find the observatory early, I think. Library we also want to go to, I think, because we know that there's a book there for us to read that we've never read before, or at least we can take out a book that we've never read before. But I feel like reading Nook into library is better because this gets us a key. So I'm going to do this. Oh, and it gets us a coupon book, apparently, which is very nice. You'll have to start with one of those. So yeah, I'm like, so I know that there's the other 4 of these things to solve, right? Those go here. Once we've done all 4 of those, that should, I think, give us enough information to solve the puzzle in room 46. We have to put the pins on the pin board. I'm assuming that is going to reveal a safe with the final red letter in it, because we know that there's 7 red letters. After that, I don't know what else there is to do. So yeah, we were going to take library here. Okay, do we have a book? No, okay, so we can take another book out that we've never read before. So we've done this one, we've done this one, we've done this one, and this one. We haven't done the Realm of Blackbridge. We haven't done Realm and Rune. I feel like I really want to do Realm and Rune to understand... Right, or did we already... Let me double check my notes here. No, okay, we already did Realm and Rune because I now know all the different types of lines that there can be on the sigil. So we have done that one. We've read that. We've got some drafting strategies we haven't read. We haven't read A New Clue. So A New Clue, I think, is an important book. I'm going to read The Curse of Blackbridge because I'm going to pick this one. I need a magnifying glass, I feel like, if I'm going to be trying to read one of these books. And there's the observatory. I think we take this. A New Clue is one of the mum's books. Yeah, and it's like an important one, I think. There's going to be hidden stuff in there, which is why I want to make sure that I have the magnifying glass. Okay, so we get to use stars to draft new floor plans. There's apples, there's a diamond, and there's extra steps. Okay, so if we can do an experiment to do with apples, that's extra good. Alright, so let's go... Yeah, so we've already lost this room, which is a shame, but... Yeah. Okay, there's our first classroom. which I will just take right now, I think. Classrooms have apples in them, which is nice. Lost and found... If we can... What have we got? We've only got a coupon book, so if we get lost and found now, and then connect to the foundation and don't come back this way, it's not too bad. But I really want lost and found at a dead end, so there's no possibility of me having to backtrack through it. So I think I will just get started on classrooms, and then I'll backtrack and fill out this edge, like this side, I think. I won't actually go in unless there's an item on a desk that I can see. Just the apple. Just the apple. Okay, so I'll save my steps for now. I'll backtrack and we'll do this side. Oh, I just remembered something. So there is, outside in the Blackbridge Grotto, there's those, there's spaces for, like, microchips. Okay, another classroom. I will take that, because we want to do as many classrooms as possible. Again, I think I won't go in here unless I see an item on a table I can take. What's that? That's coins. I guess I'll take those. Because we've already seen these classrooms, we don't need to do much much stuff in here. Because this one's just the maths puzzle, right? Yeah, which we know how to do. So let's do entrance hall. I'd love to find the lab or security. Drawing room is fine here. Planetarium isn't terrible here. Hallway is okay. Actually, drawing room is better because it combos with the classroom. So let's take drawing room. We can't take drawing room. We don't have any gems. How are we out of gems already? Oh, because classrooms cost gems. Okay, so we need to focus on getting more gems, I guess. So, yeah, we'll take the hallway. And there is here this. Okay, so if we're going to draft from anywhere, drafting for a classroom allows us to redraw a bunch of times, so we should do that, I guess. But we really want to find a room which gives us more gems. I did not realize we were so low on gems, so I'd like to take the commissary today, but we can't. Quest bedroom, no. Bedroom, no. Okay, so let's redraw. Okay, I did talk about lost and found earlier. This way, it's not a dead end. It does allow us to keep going. We lose our coupon book, but we have almost 60 coins, so I think we don't care too much about the coupon book. Okay, what do we have in here? We have, okay, dice, and then this stopwatch, which allows us to draft rooms without paying any cost for them. So I think maybe we take this and we just try and, as quickly as possible, draft a bunch of expensive rooms. Because there's nothing else for us to do here. Yeah, okay, so let's go. So we'll take... What I'm supposed to... Okay, I guess I don't understand how this works then. Is it just that you don't pay... You don't pay steps, I guess? Or keys? And the doors aren't locked, maybe? No? Well, what is the point of this? You will not lose steps in coins or gems when draft. Well, I tried to draft a special room with a gem and it wouldn't let me. Oh, do you still have to have the gem? Oh, okay, this stays lit. You still have to have the gems, I guess. You can't. It removes the cost, but it doesn't mean that you can just draft them for free. I see. Okay, well, crap. Well, we didn't make the most of that. We just saved some steps, I guess. Yeah, we saved like we saved like 4 steps, maybe. Ugh. Okay, so music room allows us to keep making progress, but we can't draft it. I also know that we had a hint that one of the sanctum keys is in the music room, but only if you draft it late. So maybe we take storeroom just to get some gems. I think that's okay, yeah. Okay, well, good to know at least, I guess, for future uses of the stopwatch that you need to actually have gems for it to be worthwhile. Ah, what a pain. Okay, so let's finish off drafting down here. This could be Her Ladyship's chamber. I think we have a decent chance of finding that here. No, okay, so commissary is okay. Planetarium being a dead end works, I think. Because we do want to use dead ends up in dead end spaces. so we're not forced to take them later. So I will take this, and I don't think there's anything in here. Oh yeah, we can dig in here if we have a shovel. Okay. So back to the classroom. Now we have 2 gems. We can try and draft a connection up here, I guess. Oh, but we'd have to go back through Lost and Found to do that. But we don't have any items anyway, so that's fine. Lost and Found was kind of a bust today. I'm a bit disappointed. I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think we're going to need the coupon book, because we don't have that much of buying stuff left to do. I think maybe we bought out the bookshop recently, or maybe there's like 1 book left in the bookshop we haven't bought. Okay, can we find... Okay, her ladyship's spare room. This is a brand new room, technically. So let's take that. Does this have her diary in it? We have to find her real bedchamber for the diary. We have to find her real bedchamber for the diary. Okay. But this does at least give the benefit of drafting boudoir is better, drafting walk-in closet is better. Okay. Bedroom doesn't connect. Parlor does. Yep, so let's do parlor for 3 gems. So I think, I don't want to jinx this before I look at the boxes, I think that the difficulty might have reset. We might have done the difficult ones and we're back to... Oh, maybe not. The more text there is, more likely it is to be difficult. Okay, if you replace the word 1 in the other 2 statements with both, they will both be false. Okay. Both of the other boxes contain gems, so that must be false. Yeah, that would be false if we changed 1 with both. One of the other statements is false. So if we change that to both, then this would be true, then. Which would make this false and this false. My astronomy professor would always joke about how our old planetarium projector was, and would regularly remark, and if you would like a very nice plaque with your name on it, you can write me a check for $60,000 to buy a new one. It's crazy how expensive stuff like that can be. Like, these like things that you hardly ever have to buy, right? I mean, like, the average person is never going to buy a planetarium projector, and presumably places like Planetaria that do buy them don't buy them very often. So yeah, I could imagine them being ludicrously expensive. Okay, so if this is true, then that means that one of these is true if we don't swap the things. So if this is true before we swap it, 1 for both, then that doesn't really help us. If this is true, I think this one has to be true, and I think this one's false before we swap 1 for both, which means that the gems are in this box. Yeah. Okay. So now we've got gems. There's the commissary, which connects to the foundation, which we like. Yep. Okay, got to bear in mind, right now, if I want to get back to the den and keep making progress, I have to go through Lost and Found. So maybe don't buy items in the commissary. We'll see what's in the commissary, because we have a lot of money. So, okay, there's a metal detector. Sledgehammer, gem, salt. All right. So, no shovel, but a bunch of good other stuff. Okay, let's go and draft some more. So we're looking for classrooms still. Okay, there's the dining room. I think the dining room is fine here. Because yeah, we are slowly running out of steps. So let's dining room. Oh yeah, we get this for free, and we get some money. Okay, we've got a lot of cash today. There's a classroom. Okay. And there's our lunchbox triggering. Okay, so this one was just, yeah, solution for the periodic table riddle. Okay, there's a lab. Mechanarium, is that good today? We have nothing for it, no. So we'll take the lab, we can start an experiment, we can hope that it's apples and mail to the mailroom, I guess, because I think at this point filling up the mailroom is the best use for our experiments, because more stars and more allowance. It's always nice, but it's like less impactful. So yeah, we would like apples and we would like mail. Nope, none of these are actually helpful. So, okay, do we want... How many hallways do we currently have? I think we have a couple of hallways already. So this would be get a lot of keys, which is nice. 1 key, 1 gem, 1 gold randomly. Well, if we get gold, then it's kind of worthless. Every time we find trash while digging, well, we haven't found very many dig spots or a shovel. Each time we unlock or bypass a security door, so we could take this one. Because there's potential for us to so that one is tempting. Drafting hallways from hallways is hard, I think. We don't have that many. Every time we finish... I think I'll take this one. I'll go with this and just hope that we don't get gold. It's not, I guess it doesn't matter that much. If we can trigger that experiment 3 times, or is it 4 times, and then come back here, we can remote connect to the shelter and unlock everything, which would be nice. So, okay, so we're looking for more classrooms, I think, now. We've got 3 gems. We'd like some more gems, ideally. Okay, Chamber of Mirrors, not great. Redraw with dice? I think so. Okay, Electric Eel Aquarium is nice. Passageway is nice, but more expensive. I'm going to take this one, because it's powered, and there's a small chance that we can power a room that we haven't powered yet, I guess. So what's in here for us? We've got another key and a dig spot. Let's go this way, I think. Or do we try and run over here and connect to the den? Because then we'd have to worry about going through Lost and Found if we want to backtrack. Okay, well that one's locked. So is this one locked? It's also locked. Okay, so let's do this one. Okay, there's a classroom. It's not a dead end. Miriam Fox, hi, how's it going? Welcome back. I think we take this classroom. I think I might need to backtrack and buy more gems. Yeah, I don't like drafting with only 1 gem. Okay, so let's do that. We can eat apples along the way, because now we know they're not going to get any better. So we'll just get more steps. So we go to the commissary, that's right. And I think maybe now I do buy those items. I guess I should have... Yeah, we've got plenty of money. Let's just get all this, and we can get 5 gems. There we go, and we still have plenty of money. Okay, so... Worth backtracking for apples. I think it is, actually. We get like 6 or 7 per apple, which is pretty good. Six per apple, okay. So yeah, we like... I guess we don't really care that much about items at this point, because we don't have the tomb outside, and like getting the magnifying glass and the metal detector together with the tomb was one of the things I wanted to do. Okay, so we don't want to go through there, because we lose an item. So now we go back up to here and draft from the electric eel aquarium, I think. Yeah. So we have the dining room already drafted, so once we get to rank 8, we can fill up some more steps there. If we find the boudoir, that gets us a lot of steps because we have this benefit of 10 and there's 3 apples in there, which is another 18 steps, which is pretty nice. Yeah, so kind of like to find a shovel because there is stuff to dig up today, but not the end of the world if we don't. Okay, and then we're drafting from here, I guess, to try and find a powered room. Okay, classroom is fine. In fact, classroom is good. Yeah. How many classrooms does that give us? 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is the 5th one. So there's another apple in here. We've seen this one already as well. A few more steps. Just have a quick look around for items. No items. Okay, so now we can start like aggressively re-rolling to try and find the last few classrooms. So we found 5. We added 8. So there's 3 left to find. Okay, there's boudoir. That gets us a lot of steps. Maybe we take boudoir. Casino gets us more money, costs us gems. Okay, we don't want to cost gems. Boudoir also gives us a gem. Let's take boudoir. So yeah, steps and gems, I think, is what I'm focused on right now. So that's a lot of steps. Back up to 70. Lovely. Okay, we've got 6 gems, which is in theory enough for us to draft the last classrooms we need. So, I think I draft from this classroom, because I think what we want to try and do now is just do classroom to classroom, and re-roll from, because classrooms allow you to re-roll a bunch. So let's try that. Oh yeah, there's an apple in here for us to eat. This was the, okay, grade 4 was the one that I should have taken a picture of and I didn't. So we got a picture of, I got notes of that. Okay, that shows us where places are. Oh, and we can look at it like this. So this, the spiral of stars. I wonder, are there 50 on this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. So 86 stars, potentially, is what we need to aim for. Okay. Alright, so let me take a picture of this map properly, because we need to know where places are. So Carrarica, I can't read. Carrarica is way over on that side. We've got the Great Tress there. There's Morajai, there's Vera. Okay, so let me get a photo of this. So this is from the 3rd era. So this is like an old map. And so some place names would be different. And I think that this is in a language which is old. Okay, so we've got, I need to take a picture of this as well. Okay, so there's where nuance is. And there's a further nuance down here, okay. The devoted circle, the devoted moon, okay. The Isles of Orisay. Where would that be? Or is that like up here? And then we've got this. We know from the planetarium that we found one of those one of those planets when we went in there with the thing. We got Vea is the one we saw, which is this one here, I guess, this big one. The moon has a little friend. Yeah, it does. I don't know if we can... Oh, that's interesting. You can't actually see it unless you zoom in. Yeah, I can't quite make out what that is. Is it the... No, I can't read it. Okay, this is kind of interesting. It implies that everything surrounds... what was the name of the place? I need to go look at the other map. Carrarica. Right, because Carrarica is this symbol. And that's like central here with everything else around it. Obviously, notable by its absence here, there's no pentagon for Fen Ares, because this is an old map from before Fen Ares existed. So we have Orinda Ares with Arch Ares to the north, Iraja to the south, then Nuance over here. Okay. And then... So we live on Mora, I'm guessing. Mora is the name of our planet. Okay. So, okay, we're going to draft from here. So let's aggressively reroll for another classroom. Drawing room does pay for itself. And is the right kind of room, but no, we wanna get a classroom. So let's redraw for a classroom. Nope. We want a classroom. We also don't want music room. Okay, there's a classroom. Though the mailroom is tempting. Okay, there's classroom. So I think is this new? No, we've also seen this classroom before. But I should refresh my memory. Because this is, yeah, the history test one. So there's Fen Ares fighting Arch Ares. Let's just have a look, make sure we're not missing anything important. And the red team wins, I guess. And then this is what's his name getting crowned. And this is them breaking up the railways. And then, okay, so there's green. That's the Nuance thing, right? Like, we think Nuance likes airships. Where's my... So, Nuance, green, airships. Yeah, that's what we think. We don't know what the weather in Nuance is like, though. Because Nuance were allies of Fen Ares during the war, I'm pretty sure. And then we're back to the beginning. Okay. And then this. The first crowned ruler of... Yeah, was General Teskin, because Prince Leosin died in the conflict. City of Fen Ares is named after a historical figure. Oris, I think. How many sons did the fourth king of Orindia have? I don't know. How long did the War of the Fifth Era last? 22 years, we do know that. Which realm did not ally with Fen Ares during the war? I don't know about this one. And then... I'm guessing it's the Black Flag. It was forbidden to be flown at full staff. Because that's... Or maybe it was forbidden to be flown at all. Okay, well, this person got 2 wrong. That's correct. That's correct. So 2 of these are wrong. This person also got 2 wrong, so this one is wrong. This one's wrong, so these other ones are correct. So Araja did not ally with Fen Ares. I guess that makes sense. That's where the royal family fled to afterwards. The Black Flag is forbidden. Oris was the name of the thing, and they had 2 kings, 2 sons. The 4th king of Arindia. Okay. Good to know. All right, and so now we want another classroom, please. And this is our last key. No, we don't want that. We don't know any of them. Okay, we could be persuaded to take the kitchen here. The mechanarium. Actually, okay, so the mechanarium here isn't terrible. It doesn't connect down here, but we can immediately go on the other side. And oh wait, no, mechanarium. I'm thinking of the Hall of Mirrors. Sorry, mechanarium is bad here because we only have the lab. Yeah, we don't want mechanarium at all. Kitchen, we're okay for steps. Bedroom does let us go in the direction we want to do, but then we're kind of losing out on our redraws. Okay, another boudoir doesn't go the way we want it to. Pantry doesn't go the way we want it to. Showroom kind of paints us into a corner, though, because then we have to backtrack all the way to the den, going through Lost and Found, which means we would lose one of our items, which we really don't want to do. I really need to go up this way. Come on, classroom. Okay, cloister is expensive, but it does allow us to keep making progress. No. Too expensive. Darkroom is not awful, but we can't see what we're drafting, which is kind of bad. Okay, casino, no. I think maybe passageway? What was our experiment today? Again, it was when we bypassed the security door, right? Well, we're not doing great on that. We can't make anything in the workshop. I think passageway... Oh, no, I'm going to redraw. Okay, drafting studio, new floor plans. I think maybe we take this, except the fact that then we have to backtrack. This does give us another one of these symbol rooms, which we do want. I'm going to take drafting room. What can we add? Dovecot. Whenever you draw Dovecot while drafting, you may rotate floor plans. That's kind of nice. Dormitory. Each time you enter dormitory after drafting one of these rooms, gain 10 steps. Vestibule. Whenever you enter vestibule, 3 of the doors in this room unlock, and the 4th one becomes locked. That's weird and interesting. Which of these do I want to go for? Vestibule is interesting. Dovecot is interesting. Rotating floor plans, honestly, is really good. I'm going to take Dovecot. Let's add that. It might be rare, we might never see it, but we added it. Okay, so there's... We can't do anything with that, we don't have the magnifying glass. But yeah, I remembered the code for this one is November the 8th, because it's my birthday, because it's the number of gates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 gates, because we count small gates, if you remember. And this is, so we're Monday, December 14th right now. I'm actually going to write that down, because I have it written down what the date on an earlier day was, but it was a long time. Yeah, day 11 was November 17th, and we're now on day 30-something, right? So this is day 38 is... So this will just make it easier for me to figure out what the current date is. So day 38... Monday, December 14th. There we go. We may as well have a look at this. So we don't want either of the... Oh, no, okay, so we don't want the bottom one there or the middle one there. The top one there is progress. The middle one there is progress. I'm not going to remember which side is which, is the problem. because it doesn't... I don't think it's obvious, like, which door you came in from, I guess. Okay, well, let's go... I guess we have to go back to the den. I hope we can find more classrooms. I think if we can find one more classroom, then we're in, like, new territory, and we've never seen that classroom before. We will also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... We'll have 9 rerolls. If we can find a classroom, we'll have 9 rerolls at least in that classroom, because of all of these symbols that we've got, which is pretty good. Okay, yeah, let's go this way. So we would like a shovel. It's a shame we didn't get to rank 8 either. Okay, still only one way we can go, really. I wonder if I should nip down and activate the lever already. I always leave it till really late because I don't think about actually going into the into room 46 most of the time. Okay, well, this is a lot of backtracking. It's a good thing we had all those apples earlier. That way is a dead end. So yeah, we've got to go through Lost and Found. So hopefully, I mean, what are we hoping we lose here? I guess the sledgehammer is unlikely to be useful at this point, because... What are we going to fight? Okay, metal detector would have been the thing I wanted to lose the least, which is really annoying. Okay, so... Here we are. Here's a gem. Let's go this way. And it's locked. Okay, if this is locked, then we're just done. It's fantastic. Yeah, that's it. We can't make any more progress today. What a disappointing end to the day. I got so excited when I found that stopwatch, and then I just completely wasted it because we didn't have any gems. Okay, well, nothing happened today, I guess. We should just finish our day in the planetarium to get 2 extra stars. Oh well, at least we got 2 stars out of it. And nothing else we want to do today, right? So we could access a remote terminal. I don't think that does anything for us. Yeah, I think that's it, man. Okay. So I'm not gonna... Yeah, we're just gonna straight on to the next day. See what we can do. Gotta remember to drink. So yeah, still hoping for tomb outside and being able to get metal detector and magnifying glass inside. Also, okay, so now finding the library is extra good because there's a book we've never read in there. So we want to, yeah, keep an eye out for the library as well. Tool shed. Yeah, let's just start with 2 items. Okay, there's a metal detector, and there's a sledgehammer. Okay, so not a bad start. Early metal detector is very nice. So I think maybe let's get gems early this time, because I didn't do that last time and it kind of bit me in the ass. Okay, well, there is a place to get a gem, so I'll take that. I know that the parlor has 3 gems, but I was going to say this also has a chance of a chest, which is good because we already have a sledgehammer. Break room. Okay, Lost and Found here, I don't hate. We would lose one of our items immediately, but the chances of us not ever having to come back in here again is pretty high. So let's do this. Can we see what's over there? That looks like the hall pass. Okay, what do we lose? We lost the sledgehammer. Okay, not the worst. Okay, so hall pass is not lose steps traveling between 2 adjoining hallways Hallways drafted from an adjoining hallway do not cost gems. Okay, so if we go all in on hallways, that's pretty good. Let me just make sure that there's nothing else metal detectory. It's just this that's flagging? Yep, okay. So this time we have gems. So this time I think we just try and beeline up as far as possible here. In the 1 minute we've got. Yep, observatory. I'll come back and check out these rooms properly afterwards. Shit. Oh, I hate this. Okay, let's take the corridor and let's hope that we can connect it to the entrance hall because I don't want to have to go back through Lost and Found. Okay, that's fine. Oh, I'm not making the most of this, really, am I? Courtyard pays for itself. We do like a courtyard. Drawing room will pay for itself, yeah. Okay, one more. I'll take the commissary. Okay, so we saved a lot of gems there. Because we drafted 1, 2, 3 rooms that cost gems without having to pay for them. So, I will get the gem out of the safe here. Okay, so we should be up quite a lot of gems here. To be fair, it seems like making the most of the stopwatch is especially difficult. Yeah, I don't know that there's like an easy way to stopwatch max. Okay, so we should actually backtrack to the observatory first and trigger that, because that'll make other stuff better, potentially. So let's grab the shovel as well. Okay. So we've got to go this way. Oh, there was something else to pick up in here. There it is. Keys really blend in with the floor sometimes. Okay, so we can have a look here. We know that one of them is going to be the inkwell. What else do we have? We have key, we have apples being better, and we have 2 more chests. Okay, so unfortunate that we lost our sledgehammer, but not the end of the world. Okay, so we don't want to go back through here ever. We have 4 keys. Okay, I think we want to wait for the lab, or to have an experiment running before we start trying to open these chests, because one of them could be the next 3 times you open a chest, do such and such. Same for digging. We want to wait on that. Let's connect here. Or is it better? It's probably better from the drawing room, because 1, there's a chance we get her ladyship's chamber, I think, and 2, we get to re-roll for free. Say office, not bad. Break room, not bad. Gets us more keys. Bedroom, kind of underwhelming. This does cost 2 gems. I'm gonna redraw and try and get like an actual dead end. Or okay, library is also good. Parlor's also good though. Do we take library here? There is a book waiting for us in the library. We have 6 gems, and the commissary is right there, so there could be an item in the commissary. More information is more good. Let's take the library. We've got a book in here to read. Okay, any items in the library? No. Okay. So, yep, this is us borrowing it. The Curse of Black Bridge by Redford Ewing. Okay. So this is the story, pardon me, that they referenced in the Blackbridge Grotto as being like people trapped in a cave or something. So, okay. The legend of Blackbridge is one that's well known to the people of the Grand Realm, for versions of this tale have been passed down from generation to generation. With each new telling, the story has changed, becoming over the years more colourful, more verbose, and, as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. However, with so many renditions and unique personal touches, the task of confining and binding this tale to text seems an ambitious and impossible challenge. Over the course of my research, I have heard dozens of variations of the legend, and while the details would often change, I was surprised how much of the story's heart remained the same. Yet, the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of this tale capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Black Bridge. In the end, I chose to write down what felt most authentic, the story my grandmother told me as a boy long ago. Part 1. The Berry Picker from Oris. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it appropriate to call the number the Unholy Hounds. They were feral outlaws composed of society's worst in a time when society was at its worst, and for each crime that fearful travellers credited to the group, a dozen more lay unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the gentry, however, who often value their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise, highway robbery. One such member of this so-called band of rogues was a boy of 13, Jesper, who had not been lucky in life, having lost 2 brothers to war and parents to famine. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind a churchyard, relying on the nourishment of scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway to sustain his pitiful existence. It's not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardships would take any easy road out. An easy and well-travelled road paved with temptations, leading out of the city and into the gentry lands, where loose purse strings entwine with the strands of salvation and glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. How Epicurean indeed. What could be better in life than scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway? You're really living your best life. It was this road that eventually led Jesper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Black Bridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviors, that notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Unholy Hounds. And for some reason, I lost my mouse cursor, and then that exits out of the book if that happens, and I don't know what's going on with it, which is annoying. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to this vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that set berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings, for it was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he alone worked while the others slept soundly, tucked away in the cave at the bottom of Black Bridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, berry basket in hand, and set out into the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest treetops. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the furthermost berry patches without worry of being chastised for tarrying upon his return. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and along the way, Jesper had passed by many a familiar bush, all priorly pillaged, and so bereft of berries that one would have to dedicate several moments in earnest examination before finding a single one. Jesper was patient, but even patience had its limits. He was confident that even accounting for the time lost to this long stretch of travel, his efforts would be well worth the pains. Surveying the patches in this new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as stars in the skies. Upon seeing such a bounteous sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he'd regained his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of this newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of his confederates who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper set off to fill his basket and was making steady strides in this task when the sound of a thundering hooves interrupted him. So we've got Jesper picking berries. I'm keeping an eye out. Is there anything that needs the magnifying glass so we can remember to come back here with that? A carriage is approaching. The thought of it made Jesper freeze. He'd been so enchanted by his discovery that he had neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept towards the impending sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. It was only a moment more before the sound's source revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage with gold trim came soaring around a corner of trees, led by 2 beautiful white horses and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle, flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen. It was not just any carriage, it was a royal carriage. Even without ever having witnessed such a sight before, Jesper was certain. The sight had so transfixed Jesper that he stood awestruck, unable to tear away as the carriage approached. The little concealment the bush provided was soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch, and upon spotting the boy, he pulled the reins with such effect that the noble steed slid to a sudden halt with precise control. "You boy, get out from behind that bush," he shouted with a rigidity that betrayed a modest amount of fear. "You startled me half to death coming round the bend on my own drive, and me seeing such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought not be any face." Jesper quickly contemplated running. The man was much older, and his dress was suitable for courtly behaviour, not dashing through the bramble and mud. I was picking berries." Jesper raised the half-filled basket to allow the driver to see the proof of his words. The demeanour of the man suddenly changed. It was a change that Jesper was familiar with. He had many times seen the same stern expressions on the most fiendish bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Any suspicions that the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of the Unholy Hounds picking berries seemed farcical. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. "Berries, eh? Say, you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy." Jesper took his cue to finally step forward out from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. "I know, and what luck I found them. I've only just begun picking, and look how many I have. It would have taken me fourfold the time back home to procure this number." The driver bent down for a closer look. "And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far?" Berries, the most innocent of food. I wonder, what is the most innocent food? Because, so apples, obviously, right out. Apples is number one sus food to be gathering because of the Bible. But what are some suspicious foods or innocent foods? Because I berries I think is pretty innocent. You can just go out picking. I mean, when I was a kid, I used to pick berries in the lane back home. There was wild strawberries and stuff growing there, and they were pretty tasty, if tiny. Jesper replied with a scripted response. "A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods." "My God, that is far. You couldn't have come all that way only this morning." It was true, Tanner Fork was in the exact opposite direction that Jesper had travelled, and while that response would seem perfectly reasonable in a location closer to Blackbridge Canyon, he could see why it might seem less believable here. "Sir, I have travelled much farther for much less profit. I dare say there is no distance yet made by man that would not be worth undertaking for a prize such as these. Surely you have tasted them for yourself?" Jesper felt happier with this response, as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. "Mushrooms are pretty... That's true, yeah, going out and gathering mushrooms. You have to either... you just have to really know what you're doing, and even then, depending on what kind of mushrooms you're trying to find, that is also potentially sus, at least in a legal sense. Interestingly, so in the UK at least, and this might be one of those things that everyone knows but isn't actually true, but it's legal to pick magic mushrooms, but it's not legal to prepare them. So you can go out there and pick as many magic mushrooms as you want, but as soon as you make them into tea or something, then you're breaking the law, which is an interesting one. I wonder how that came to be. "In my youth, often, but perhaps I took it for granted because I never had to travel very far, and even then my father would always drive us here in our carriage, so I'm ashamed I never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward." It was Jesper's time to smile. "Then let my efforts reward us both today." He raised the basket even higher. "A taste in memory of your youth, sir." The driver chuckled and removed one glove, bending over the seat to reach down to the basket. And at the moment his fingers touched the first berry, the dagger in turn met his throat, cutting through a superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jesper caught the man's startled eyes. "And for that taste, I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth." The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this particular time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. "Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause, though I will admit the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you the indignity of walking appeals to me." Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search the seat underneath him. "Why have you no purse upon your person?" The driver slowly raised his hands cautiously, pointing towards the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he did in turn softly. "There's a lockbox in the carriage." Well, come down then and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands, a concession I assure you of my tender heart, for it would be much easier to slit your throat. The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree, where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his back. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jesper had seen on the man's face, now nothing more than a distant memory. In their place, cold, dark eyes displaying no emotion. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you're showing me? Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it, secured the final bindings, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency. Inside, the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since a passenger had enjoyed passage in this vehicle. This all but confirmed what Jesper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not a liveried servant in the employ of some greater master. Any curiosity that this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's back seat, a large wooden lockbox. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out to the sunlight. Inspecting the box carefully, 2 observations were made. Totemic symbols found carved on all 4 sides of the box hinted that the box was very old and likely not created by Arindian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the Old World and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. Secondly, the box was secured by a rusted yet robust padlock and would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing from his indentured position. Do you perhaps have a key you can provide me to open this box? Without emotion, the driver replied, there is no key to that box. Jesper stood up. Easy enough then? He headed over to a nearby rock of sizable dimensions and lifted the stone up, carrying it back to the box. If there was ever a time when that rock had been resistant to brute force, when that lock, I should say, had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted lock. He bent back down and opened the lid. Inside was an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised how heavy it seemed, given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the old man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You have opened that which should never have been opened, and you are cursed. Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and shoved it in front of his face. What is it? That's 1. Feeling his disappointment rise into anger now, Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy. 1 what, you numbling agentor? And in God's name, why have you no purse upon your person? The man did not seem intimidated. 1 pace. He paused for effect. 12 more and you'll be dead. He had only a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put an end to his cryptic ramblings. If there was ever a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Jesper looked down at the sculpted stone figure, now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had, of course, heard stories of curses, and had never doubted their validity in the past, but now that he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would the knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. If he did not move from where he now stood, he could live maybe another 3 or 4 days, maybe more given the abundance of nearby berries. A plan that, if we ignore its obvious faults, might provide additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would that do, to be discovered here, beside a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from berries, and raving about a curse that could very well not be real? No, it would most certainly be better to face one's fate now, take a dozen paces, and see if life goes on. But Jesper found his legs unable to make that first step. His mind was unable to convince his limb to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling the desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about him for a solution. And if, by some stroke of luck, the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him, as he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. 2 white horses and a carriage of golden trim were beside him, the answer to his immediate prayers. He laughed at his fortune, and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. 4. Perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as that appeared to be of some value, but the additional risk of undertaking such a task too great a chance. And so, after a profound breath, he took his second, third, and fourth steps, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, he reached for the reins and suddenly realized that he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox, whose typical function of oft secures objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jasper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand to let go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And if I die, what care have I? And with that statement said aloud, to the horses seemingly, Jasper took up the reins with confidence. Part 2. Oh, this is a long one. Below the Black Bridge. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken her in such ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up at him in the darkness, but did not say a word. He nudged her again, teasingly, then stepped back into the dim. This is a book. It is indeed. This is one where, like, if we later find a thing saying, "Oh, read the first word on each page in this," then I'm going to lose my mind, because we'll have to find this again and go through the whole thing. He nudged her again teasingly, and then stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered. She was on third watch today. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller turned as she left, waving to her young friend, who was more than likely already asleep. She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful not to wake the sleeping bandits around her. Like a hero in a book, she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed a bow from the haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanied quiver in the darkness to assess how many arrows it had. She then walked towards the sun-drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Ravia was already posted. She waved, and Ravia waved back. Calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Ravia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Miller turned, following the finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Ravia, nodded, and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn, Miller followed. Ravia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not much room for maneuvering in this tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. Ravia tilted the pail up to her mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she had been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing onto Ravia's face. It was a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for the unwarranted sound. But Miller appreciated the efforts Ravia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. They had been on third watch together for over a month, and during that speechless time their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce amongst the unholy hounds. She had felt camaraderie before, of course, but intimacy never. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cavern, as well as a clear view of the bridge that spanned across the canyon. Black Bridge was the link between the Gentry lands and the northern mountains, the overpass that connected Orris and Reddington. Okay, well, that is at least a piece of information that is potentially relevant to us, Orris and Reddington, because we're near to Reddington. So, let's see, where is a good place for me to write this down? Do we have a thing for books? Let's say, okay, Black Bridge. Connects Orris and Reddington. Okay. To the city-faring travellers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to ensure that travellers passed by without stopping. At night, the task was to ensure that they do. Like most of a band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farmhands and bricklayers, but to a cavern-housed bandit it was a source of constant annoyance. In the day, there was no shroud to conceal her expressions, nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Ravia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, subtly shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an extended vocabulary, gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their month among the branches. She watched as Ravia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floorboards beneath them. Miller knew what she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Ravia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the canyon. Squinting through the leaves, the two girls held still, watching and listening. It was not long until Miller, too, heard the sounds of approach. Ravia held up two bent fingers, and a few moments later, two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in a familiar uniform, long grey coats with black facings, white waistcoats, and black tricorn hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Blackguard. Although not an everyday occurrence, their presence at Black Bridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveller's impending passage across the bridge, information that the girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years in the Unholy Hands, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight when the Blackguard were nearby. The men had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard the horses, faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Ravia's eyes met Miller's, the same concern mirrored in each other's expression. This did not sound like the typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead of the familiar crunch of the highroad's gravel, they heard the harsh clattering of hoofbeats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downwards, looking through the foliage. The sounds were not coming from the highroad, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had knocked an arrow and drawn her bow. Go! Ravia was gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing towards the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion. The girls both had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a Blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She'd expected cavalry. Before she even finished processing that thought, her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to traverse such rough terrain, yet she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. A third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slumped over just moments before the vehicle dipped into a small ditch, slamming into an embankment. The force of this sudden halt immediately shattered the front two wheels and catapulted the driver from his seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any horses were also approaching from the rear. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the unholy hounds came spilling forth from the earth as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Ravia among their numbers, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what they both now realized. They had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Geoffrey Heartslasher, what a name, led the others, cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words to exchange as the group crept forward in customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay the far-flung driver, an arrow protruding from his body, and beside him a blood-stained effigy carved from stone. Tom Murder Killer. Yeah. I have to assume that Heartslasher is the name he chose for himself. Like, no, like, did Mr. and Mrs. Heartslasher name their child Joffrey, or did Joffrey decide? I guess it's Jeffrey, not Joffrey. Did Jeffrey decide? No, I want to be a Heartslasher. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favourite. He had always shouted her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move, the way a child tails behind an older sibling. Tender-hearted, she had always called him, though deep down she had known that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He'd been a flower among the nettles of this cave, but he still had thorns, honed by a grim past and 100 hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness, in the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he had treasured. The mysterious effigy they had found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords marking neighbouring plots. No one spoke, not even in whispers. There was nothing to say. So there's, yeah, okay, we've got the Orin Aries symbol here. Miller awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and rattling of the earth, a far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred-up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. The sounds of scurried footsteps and clattering feet filled the space around her, but even in alarm, the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were getting louder, and intense voices could be heard ahead. Louder speech than she had ever heard spoken in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave, her eyes now open wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness pulling at her. It was Ravia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Ravia placed two bent fingers against Miller's cheek, and with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. Two bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others, that they saw the guys on the bridge, I guess. An hour or so later, the screams began, blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Fodrick Lee of the Blackguard looked down from the ridge of the canyon to the collapsed entrance of the cave. Ah, he grinned, now they speak. The end. Wow, that is a fairy tale in the style of the older fairy tales, where the moral is, don't do bad stuff or you'll die. You're fucking buried alive. Okay, well, Fodrick Lee is a named character, so let's write him down, I guess. Okie doke. So, I don't know, I guess I feel like I didn't really learn that much from this. We know the location of this Black Bridge, but this is like a fairy story that the guy's grandmother told him, like the author. And the author is a Redford Ewing, who's just like some guy. And then everyone died, now go to bed. Yes, the best ending. So, okay. So is it mostly about the curse? Okay, the whole the curse thing of like you can only take 12 steps. That feels like, so I know that there is a curse mode in this game, and I know that if you put money into the shrine and then take it out again, you get cursed. From playing on my other save file, so. Maybe that's what this is actually about. It's just about how the curse works. Okay, well, I wrote down what I felt was relevant from there, I guess. Okay, we have a shovel. We can do digging. And so we should, I think, right now. Because, oh no, we shouldn't, because we haven't started an experiment. Let's hold off. Oh, hello? Okay. And there was nothing. Yeah, this wasn't beeping. Oh, in the commissary we haven't looked at. Okay, so commissary today is gems and keys. Okay. Good to know. Security allows us to keep making progress, allows us to start an experiment. So a quick look over here for items. No items. So first of all, let's set the security level to low, and we'll change the offline mode to unlocked just in case we happen to find the thing that unlocks it. And then let's start an experiment. So yeah, mailroom. That's just the mailroom is I think the thing we care most about today. Because we have other ways of permanently increasing our allowance now, because we have the quest bedroom, so that's like a way outside of experiments for us to increase our allowance. Bedrooms allowance. Okay, so we already have some digging we can do. So we could take this. Each bedroom you draft after your second. I don't think we have that many bedrooms that we can draft. Whenever you draft a shop room, most shop rooms are dead ends. It is kind of tempting for each bedroom you draft after your second, add 3 aquariums, because aquariums count as bedrooms. So we could just fill the entire house with aquariums, which would be funny. But it wouldn't really achieve much, is the thing. So let's permanently add 1 gold to the allowance whenever we find some trash while digging. Because we know that there's digging to be done in the courtyard, which we just drafted there. And there's also digging to be done in the foundation. So, yeah, let's go do that. Get that out the way. And who knows, maybe we'll dig up some good stuff. I guess now, as long as you don't dig up nothing. Okay, there we go. Immediately rewarded. Okay, we get a coin. Yep, okay. So let's try and connect to the foundation. We can do some digging there. I think I do just buy all the gems. There's no reason not to, right? Like, what are we saving our money for at this point? I don't think we're saving it for anything. Okay. Okay, so I think passageway, because we have so many gems. Yeah. That's a dead end. That's not. Okay. Is today a day for the mechanarium? It is absolutely not. Bedroom doesn't connect. Laundry room's a dead end. I'm gonna actually spend a star and reroll because all of these are kind of bad. Oh, so this is then free. And doesn't cost steps to go between. And we could take a green room for more digging. And then hope that we can connect. Yeah, let's do this. We'll take a green room. So we can do some digging. Okay, green rooms don't cost gems to draft, but it's a dead end. I feel like we haven't taken the terrace that many times. Maybe I should take the terrace. But the patio does allow us to keep going. It's a bit of a shame, like it's a waste for the spreading gems, but we already have quite a few gems. Okay. I've convinced myself. And we can do some digging. A turnip. And a key. Okay, well, we're getting stuff. And there's nothing else in here. No, okay. So now we want to try and connect to the foundation from here, or veranda. Veranda's also fine. Get a chance of finding items in green rooms. It's a bit frustrating. I got the patio at like a bad time for green rooms. How many more green rooms are we actually likely to find, I guess, is the question. This does let us carry on, but it doesn't connect to the foundation anyway. The planetarium has something to dig. Let's take that. Yeah, we can see what this is. Nothing, which means it's allowance. Okay, I'm happy with that. Any items? No. So we want to come in here with the telescope, if we can. The spyglass kind of thing. So we backtrack, and this way. And I think... Oh, no, okay, we really want to connect the foundation. So I think we have to take the archives here, which is a bit of a shame. Any items? No. No. Okay, well, let's go digging. And I think I will go down immediately and pull the lever to get us into the antechamber. Or rather, to get us through the antechamber into room 46, because I don't think there's... Like, we spend some steps to do it, but think it's, if we can get there, it's worth it. I really do wish that I drafted my my foundation further north, because its current position is not really that good. Like one of the I feel like one of the benefits of the foundation is supposed to be that once you've unlocked a bunch of the secret passages, that you can just start in the foundation. So if it was like up here, you know, then it's super duper easy to go in there, get the good item, and then leave again. So if I remember correctly, this should be, yeah, we can go across there if we really want to. To get to where we're going, we need to go this way. Oh, and I guess, okay, so one of the mystery that we haven't solved is what the red door here, right? There's this passageway which leads to the red door, and there's a combination lock there which spells a word, and we don't know what the word is. Okay, so we can open this. We've done all 4 of those, and we don't have enough information to do that. I feel like we do have enough information to do like 2 of these other 3 maybe. Oh, and it even shows you. Okay, I'm dumb. It even shows you what symbol is which, and this says Ovin Nevare, which I don't know what it means. Is it Latin? Is it the made-up language in this world? I don't know. Okay, so that's a few more steps down, but if we can find the kitchen, we can fairly easily replenish them, I think. And at the very least, today we're going to end up with a bit more allowance, and if I can finish the day in the planetarium, we'll get 2 more stars. So even if we don't make much more progress today, we can still have some permanent progress made. I wish it wasn't quite such a trek to get back, but oh well. Okay, so we've got a shovel, we've got a metal detector, so I guess more green rooms would be kind of nice. We'll do our drafting from here. We're going to get mystery rooms now, which is unfortunate, but oh well. Pantry does let us keep going. 3, so this is either the rotunda or the... Is the casino 3, maybe? Or it could be the cloister, I think. So if it's the cloister, that means there's digging to be done. If it's the rotunda, it's not the end. I'm going to see what this is. I'm curious. It is the rotunda, okay. So that's a dead end. I'm going to rotate this twice so we can do both of these doors. I feel like I want to try and get to her ladyship's chambers more, but I don't know. Like we want to find the key to her diary. Does the key only spawn if you've already got her chamber, or is it possible to find the key first? Because I don't think I've ever seen the key. Well, there's a spare room. We could take that. Makes walk-in closet better. Makes boudoir better. Oh, and we can rotate the floor plans here because we're in the rotunda. So, okay, we have no immediate benefit for taking this. So maybe we take the parlor just for more gems, because this cost... Yeah, this room is expensive. Let's take the parlor. Yeah, the archives lets us carry on drafting in this way, so it's okay that the parlor takes us there. Okay. Any items? No items there. Nothing. Okay. Time for a puzzle. The gems are in the blue box. Every statement with the word black is false. The gems are in the black box. Okay. So the gems are either in the blue box or the black box. I guess they could also be in the... If both of these are false, Every statement with the word black is false would include this statement, right? Which would mean that this statement is self-contradictory. So it has to be false. Which means that the gems are in the black box. So, okay, if the gems are in the black box, that's true. That's false. That's false. If the gems are in the blue box, that's true. That's false. And then every statement with the word black is false. So that being false would mean that that is true, which would mean that that is false, which is a contradiction, so it can't be. So the gems have to be in the black box. Yeah. Okay. It's always a relief when I get one of those right. Okay, so music room. I think it's too early for us to take the music room, because we know that the music room is one of the ways to get a sanctum key, but only if you draft it late. Do we take this and gamble? This could be the West Wing hallway. I'm going to take this on the hope that it'll give us progress. Okay, it's the pantry. Which, I mean, let's just draft one more room, I guess. So let's see what we get. Okay, the tunnel we've never been in before, but this... So always draw the tunnel while drafting this room. This is really... I'm really curious. Is the idea with this that you draft it and then draft all the way down to the edge and then you find something secret? Or like draft all the way up to the top? So we have a shovel, right? Yeah, okay, so let's do this, because that means that we can dig in here. We can also potentially, in other rooms that we dig in, save a key. I'm going to take the candle. Hello. Oh, no dog in there today. Where is there a dog for me to pet? There's the dog for me to pet. What a good boy. Okay. Still no idea what this is about. Oh. Maybe I do? So... we found the word castle hidden behind a breakable wall, and C, A, and T are letters in castle. This picture's always the same? I don't know what it means. Okay, well, at least there's somewhere to dig here. And we get more allowance. Okay, that's a dead end. Wonderful! Thank you for subscribing. 4 months, wow. It's a third of a year. It's weird to think about that amount of time passing. Okay, so we need to go back to the archives. Also, calling me a nerd is like, I don't know, I feel like it's the most like inoffensive and also like redundant thing you could say to someone streaming on Twitch. Like, yeah, we're all nerds. Okay, so this is still bad. This will give us... So this is a dead end. That'll end the day for us. Music room would also end the day. I don't want to end today. I'm going to redraw. Crap. Okay, well, we don't actually have that many steps to lose, so weight room is not the end of the world here. And we really, really want to break this wall. Oh, there's an item. There it is. Let's have a quick look for anything else. No. Okay, so that's locked. We can't go through there. What are we doing here? Okay, so dead end, possibly a dead end. Let's do this. Not a dead end. Okay. Any items? No items there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Okay. So this is the new symbol that we've run into. This isn't square, this is flip the digits. So we've got 31 minus 20 is 11, divided by 11 is 1. Okay, and then we've got 5. So is... Oh, wait, no. We've got 9 times 5 is 45. Swap the digits is 54. Minus 3 is 51. Divided by 3 is 17. Yeah. I've seen some very not nerdy Twitch streamers. Once saw a guy eat a casserole dish of cereal live for the gains. That was my first... Oh, that was your first experience of Twitch. My God. Not... not indicative of the average Twitch experience, I'm guessing. Okay, so we've got 10. Swap the digits is 1. Times 20 is 20. There we go. Okay, not too bad. There's a secret garden key. Good to have that, so that we can draft the... Okay, so we can't go that way. Oh, so we have to go this way. Silly me, wasting steps. We can't use the secret garden key here, so we really want to find the kitchen at this point, I think. This doesn't help us. Bedroom, at least, is, like, step neutral. Maybe we take the bedroom here. To be fair, he was massive. I feel like being massive is a misleading thing. Like you can look at what's his name, Liver King, right? He was very beefy and kept talking about how it's because I eat all this liver and stuff. But no, it was steroids, right? Like, like I'm a huge dude and look at me eating cereal. It's not necessarily the cereal that's doing it, you know. Okay. Do I just take the bedroom for safety? I'm curious. If this is a dead end, we're done. This doesn't really help us. It just gets us over further. And then we'd have to get lucky with the thing. Okay, I guess what we can do, maybe this is what we do, is we take this and we hope that the next room is locked, and then we can use the secret garden key. Okay, we get an item. Which is nice. Anything else in here? No. Okay, it's locked, so let's use the secret garden key. This allows us to open up the antechamber and do some more digging. And we just spread fruit throughout the house. And we've just unlocked these doors, which is also nice. Okay, we only had one thing to dig, which is unfortunate, but it was junk, so we increased our allowance. I hate that I exist at an intersection of a Venn diagram with the Liver King. I appreciate the dedication to being buff while having a job that doesn't require you to be buff. That's fair, yeah. I think... I don't know, I'm decidedly not buff. But... I think there's a... I don't know, I guess I'm in two minds about it, because a lot of what you see, or at least the impression I get of a lot of what I see, is people being obnoxious about being buff, you know? Like, it's influencers, right? In the same way that when you think about vegans, you think about, like, the angry vocal vegans who put people off veganism. Whereas I'm guessing that the average person who is, like, you know, doing their best to get in shape is just a normal person doing their best to get in shape, right? They're not obnoxious and objectionable like all these people you see on the internet. Okay, so the antechamber is all opened up. Despite it being a flesh tuber, the visual of me being ripped while playing a Nuzlocke tickles me. That's true. Okay, so let's go south here, I think. We need to make sure that we... do we just start backtracking looking for fruit, though? I don't know. We can at least see what this room is. We don't have to go into it. Okay, lab, unhelpful. Dining room, helpful. Immediately so. So let's take dining room. This will get us some steps right away. And then we only need to go one... Oh, and there's something else in here for us to pick up. Car keys. Okay, if we can go a couple of ranks higher, then we can trigger the main meal in here. Okay, so through here, closed exhibit, not helpful. Coat check. I mean, not the worst. I'm gonna take this, just see what it is. Okay, storeroom. Actually, not Not bad. Okay. So let's go this way. Okay, 2 dead ends and a possibly not dead end. I'm gonna reroll for, because I have no idea what this is. It could be a dead end. It could be anything. I'm gonna reroll. Okay, office is fine. Yeah, it gives us another gem. I'll hold out for conference center before I. What's beeping? Oh, there. Yeah, I'll hold out for the conference room before I actually spread the gold. Just do a quick lap of the room. Okay, nothing else to pick up. I learned you can pick up the gem through the door there. Okay, so this is possibly locked. Yeah. Oh, gallery again. Okay. So gallery was kind of fun last time. I'm curious if it gives you different puzzles each time. I do like a puzzle room. Oh, it looks like it stays solved. Okay, well that's fair enough. I mean, we got special stuff. But no, I guess now also I can show you the gallery. So yeah, the first time I came in here, I was looking around like, what do I have to do? I figured out, okay, you've got to spell out, I guess, the title of the painting. This one was the first one, and it was fairly straightforward, because there's a thin K, right? Everything is thick, but there's a thin K, and thin K spells think. I think that the manacles and the hand and stuff are just kind of red herrings. I can't see how they fit into the title of the piece being think. Or even what this is. Like, it looks like a... Is it a light, or is it a weird megaphone kind of thing? Like, I don't know. So this one was not too bad. This one I had to think about for quite a while. So this is a cart. It's a red cart with a red apple and a red fire hydrant and a red rose and a red stop sign. So it's a red cart. A lot of red stuff here. And this is a P on the red thing, but backwards. So this is P on backwards red, which is P on DER, which is ponder, which goes with think as like a synonym, right? So you got think and ponder. I managed to figure those two out. This one took me a while. I figured that eyes would be involved somehow, so like IZE or ISE. And then like actual and genuine, if this was genuine, makes me think of like real, you know, real, actual, real, genuine. I don't know what very means exactly here. But that made me think real and then eyes, and it was real eyes, which again fits with think and ponder. And then this last one, I was stuck on this for ages. I figured that there would be an 8 somewhere, like an ATE, and it turns out there was an 8 at the end. But then I thought that like these were sins, right? So is the word sin in there somewhere? And like, what's with the rug? Why is there a shark? Are these nails or pins or what? Like, but then it just was ruminate, and I don't know exactly why. Like, where does the rum in come from? Other than you've got think, ponder, realize, and then ruminate is another synonym of that kind of thing. Very table. Oh, veritable. I see. So yeah, I gotcha. Very table. Oh yeah, I would not have seen that as a table. Oh, and then this is, I guess this is genuine. It's wine, and it's genu, so genuine. Yeah, not genuine, genuine. Okay, so yeah, that was this room. That was that, and then I got this key 8, which I think unlocks a door on the 8th rank and takes you to room 8, which has another puzzle in it. I don't think we can use this here. Yeah. So we'll use a regular key. Okay, showroom. We almost have enough money to buy a fancy thing in the showroom. Laundry room's a dead end. This is an unknown quantity. I'm going to take the showroom. What do we have for sale in here? So we can't afford the emerald bracelet. We can't afford this. We can't quite afford the ornament. Okay, we can't really afford anything other than the chronograph. While drafting, you may rewind time after drawing new floor plans. You're more likely to draw tomorrow rooms while drafting. Well, this is not very useful. Master key would be amazing. We can't afford it. So, okay, well, this room is a bit of a bust. So we've got to use another regular key here. Okay, there's the boudoir. Boudoir gets us a lot of steps today because we already found her ladyship's spare room. And apples are good. And it gives us a gem. So boudoir is really tempting. The pool does allow us better connections. And there's 2 chests in the pool. Except we don't have a sledgehammer, do we? No. Oh, we have the offices. Okay, so another option is we go to the office, we trigger the office to spread gold, then we backtrack and pick up fruit. No, okay, I'm going to take the boudoir just for the steps. Because we need them. There's 1 more coin. And there's a gem in here. And then I think I am actually going to go to the office and backtrack, maybe. Or am I? Because we have the showroom, so there's a possibility that we can get, like, the master key. We already have 3 keys, though, so maybe the master key isn't that important. We have 14 gems, which means the bracelet isn't that important. I guess the one that lets you rotate would be kind of nice. Which we can now afford. It was 50, wasn't it? For the ornate compass. So yeah, maybe we just buy this. Yeah, this makes it more likely that we can keep making progress. And I don't really care that we're out of money now. Okay. Locksmith boiler room. Okay, can we rotate the boiler room, please? Yes. Okay. I'm going to go to the boiler room, and I'm going to turn on that red thing. Oh, and there's stuff to dig down here as well. Cool. I'm going to turn that on. I'm going to leave it on, I think, because... Okay, that unlocked a door. Bye. No one else is in the house is going to stop. Well, you got to play by the rules. You know, it's my house now. Okay, so let's see. We wanted to... Okay, so that's on, and it's going up there to there. So that's to power the boiler. This one... we want going there, yes. And that is currently powering that. Okay. We'd like to keep that powered. Okay, well, so, okay, we need that to be powered, which means we need this and this to be connected. And there's only one thing that allows them to both be connected, which is this one. So this is no longer powering that, and no longer powering that. Okay, so that's no longer across. So now we... Okay, well, today we don't actually care about getting over there. On another day, we maybe might. But we can always... Okay, I think it makes more sense to leave this in this configuration. Because now the red door is just open whether we've drafted the boiler room or not. And then we should... I guess I should actually power this on. Because there's a chance that we... It's annoying. There's a chance that we draw a room here that we actually care about powering. So we got to go all the way back around here. This is pointing the correct way. These are all, yep, on, activate. We want it to go that way, right? Yeah. We don't care about that. And we go back downstairs. Flip this thing to be the red door open. There we go. I think that if I was Simon, I would order just a 6-way connector and have everything be powered. Because why not? Okay. So, okay, the dark room is not great here. Boudoir, if we rotate, is actually fine. It's another gem, it's a lot more steps. I think I like rotating the boudoir here. Do we get another +10 just for coming in here? No, we don't. Okay. But we do get 3 delicious apples. Okie doke. And now, yeah, we want to try and connect up here. So we'll use a regular key here. Chapel, yep, it's just money. Why wouldn't we? So I'm pretty certain that there were this kind of torch or candlestick in the tomb. So if we can find the tomb on a day when we have a workshop and a metal detector and a magnifying glass, then we can do some more stuff down there, I think. Okay, please be locked. Not locked. Okay, music room. Is it now time to get music room, or do we have to draft it on rank 9? Because, okay, we've already found the secret garden. We already have the 8 key. We could take the gym here and do more drafting and then try and get the music room later. I really want to try and get the sanctum key for the music room. I worry that if I take the music room now, then what's going to happen is I'll just get the prismatic key or the silver key as my major key. So actually, yeah, I'm going to take the gymnasium. We have enough steps. We're not going to be going back and forth through here too much. It's unfortunate that that is locked. Okay, this we will use key 8 on. Okay, crap. Well, that's it for today then, I guess, because we can't get through that door, and this one just leads to a dead end here. Crap. Okay, well, we can do the puzzle at least. We've done it before. The sum of my sin, as is penned, is a number within the room we are in. So, 8? Something 8? Envy, lust, wrath, gluttony, sloth, avarice, mundanity. One of these you can spell 8 with? Oh, I can't see what I'm holding. Can I reread that again? None of these have the word 8 in them. To first begin, place me within a bin with an N within its sin. Okay, one with an N. That has an N. That has an N. And that has an N. So either envy, gluttony, or mundanity. Okay, this one says, I recommend you think again if I am ever in a bin far from the fin. So, one of these two, envy or lust for that one. To my chagrin, my neighbour's sin is written thin to fit it all in. So this is next to mundanity or gluttony, I guess, because those are both in a thinner font. So it could be avarice, it could be sloth, or it could be wrath. You won't find my bin in between sin, for I deserve to be in a bin down on the end. Okay, so this is either hubris or mundanity. I share a trend with my neighbour's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. A letter and its twin. What letters have twins? So unless it just means that there are like there's 2 A's in avarice, and there's 2 N's in mundanity. There's 2 T's on gluttony, but there's no other double letters. So I wish I could look at. Oh, I can see it on the board. Okay, share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear in this case. So this is one of avarice and mundanity, I guess. If we spend a min or 10 lounging in the den, you'll know which bin I'm often in. So this sounds like sloth. So let's do sloth for this one. The bin I tend to wind up in is near the bend in the tail of the skin. So this must be hubris. Okay, well that's 2 just done, I guess. Okay. To first begin, place me within a bin with an N within its sin. So... Okay, well that didn't help at all. Oh wait, there was one... This one. You won't find my bin in between sin, for I deserve to be in a bin down on the end. So that's end 1, so this one must be mundanity. Okay, and then... I share a tone with my neighbour's sin, a letter and its twin appear on each bin, so this one has to go in avarice. And then this one was my neighbour's sin is written thin, and so that has to be next to gluttony, which is wrath. Okay, making progress. The sum of my sin, as it is penned, is a number within the room we are in. The sum of my sin, as it's penned. And it can be envy, lust, or gluttony. I recommend you think again if I'd have been far from the fin. Okay, so there's one of those 2, but we still don't know which one. A bin with an N. So that could be envy or gluttony. Okay, so that could be envy or gluttony. 4 because sideways 8? I'm not sure. Have a look around the back. Nothing around the back. Okay. Is a number within the room we are in. Doesn't gluttony... Oh! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Yes, okay, so this must be gluttony. Good call. And then we want 1 with an N. Yeah. Which is envy. And then this is the last one, which is near the fin. Yay! What did that open? Here. Oh, we just get more allowance. Cool. Oh, so maybe you get allowance every single time you do this one. Alright, well that was kind of worth it. So we've got 62 allowance now, which is quite a lot. Alright. Nothing else to do here, unfortunately. Yeah, we can't do anything. So I guess we're just going back to planetarium to end our day there to get more stars. Unless we want to end in the break room and start with the staff keycard, which is pretty good. We've got plenty of steps. I think I prefer the stars. We did spend some stars today. Doing rerolls, so let's get more stars. Is this literally envy? Oh, that's true, yeah. Oh, okay, actually, do I not go and finish my day in the planetarium just yet? Do I try and have another crack at that red key door? The combination lock. Oh, and we can eat, which will give us more steps. So let's eat real quick, because there's no reason not to. Is that the show room? A trophy room. We don't have trophy room, but it's still 20 steps. Here we go. It's crazy to think that like 50 steps feels like not a ton of steps to me, when it's as many steps as you start the game with before you've unlocked any permanent upgrades. Oh yeah, and there's gonna be miscellaneous fruit just kind of around the place. Well, you can only go this way. Let's have a look at that red door again. Because we do have plenty of steps, and I'm wondering, so we found that door with a thing that we could break behind it, which spelled out castle, so I'm wondering, like, another word for a castle is a rook? Because, you know, that chess is a theme in this game, so maybe I put in a rook in the red room. Except to get up there, I have to turn some stuff, don't I? I've got to go... Yeah, it's somewhat frustrating. I don't remember what I need to turn to where. I know it's like one of these to one of those, but I don't remember which one. So let's go and have a look, refresh my memory. I can also... Oh yeah, just have a peek out of here. Is there anything? No, it's just apparently for a nice view. Yeah. This goes down such a long way. So we need to turn this 1, I guess. Yeah. Watch now, I'll turn it 1, come back up here, and I'll realize, oh wait, no, I needed to turn it a different amount. At least this doesn't use up steps. I need to remember to come back, pardon me, to come back inside and finish the day inside the what's it called? Actually, okay, so we wanted to be over there, actually, so we did need to turn it more, because this is just... Yeah, we already did this. Okay, so yeah, we need to turn it more. Let's just have a quick look to make sure there's no... Yeah, this is the only other place we can go to, so... Alright. At least we run fairly quickly once we've got our sort of head of steam going. Okay, so that's 1, 2, and we want it to be on that one for 3. Yeah. Oops, ran past it. Okay. I'm not going to spend too long here, but I do want to... First of all, I do want to check if rook is an option. Okay, well, there's an R. There's an O. No. Okay, so we can't do rook. Alright. Phi 8. What does Phi 8 mean? Can we do Oris? That's a 4-letter word. We cannot do Oris. Okay, well, I'm looking at my notes. What is with the 8? It's such a weird thing that there's an 8 on this. Phi 8 as well, because Phi is a letter of the alphabet, the Greek alphabet. Could it be one of the angels' names? So let's see, we know Mila and Joya. So it could be Mila. It could be mild. It could be milk. It could be mile. Okay. Milp. What was the name of the queen that we had written down? Caitlin J. Ari. Okay, well, that's not going to fit. Why 8? What is with this 8? And what's that blueprint? I want to add it. I'm pretty certain I already tried Mary. Is this even an option? No. I guess we just don't have the information required for this right now, which is very frustrating. Yeah, okay. Oh no, okay, there's the 7th letter. So I'm guessing whatever we get for doing all 8 of these and then solving the puzzle in the room 46 is maybe the 8th letter, if there is an 8th letter. God, I really want that one. And I want to know what that is. I want to know what this combination is. Phi 8, what does that mean? Oh, it's infuriating. Okay, we need to go back and put this back how it was. Okay, so we've rotated it 4 times in total. So we'll need to do another 4, I think. How many rooms are there? 2, 3, 4. Yeah, another 4. Oh no, hang on. Oh yeah, 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. And then we're going back up to the foundation and then just looping around the planetarium. Okay. Yeah. Okay, well, could have been worse. We got 4 successful experiment triggers, which is nice, and we did room 8 again, which is nice. We actually added 6 to our allowance, which is not bad. We spent some stars, but we're about to get them back, I think. Is it this way? It is this way. Oh yeah, there's an orange in here, which we may as well eat. Okay, so we'll call it a day here, and we'll run it back, and we'll see what we get. Still hoping for another mailroom experiment, because I think that's the only thing with experiments that we really care about in terms of like permanent progress now. We've got lots of stars, we've got lots of allowance. Did we get any new rooms? No, we didn't. So yeah, we don't care too much about more stars and more allowance, I think. whereas more mailroom items is like, we definitely haven't reached the limit of how many letters we can receive, so we want to get a lot of those. I'm so sad that the opening chest experiment only applies to the first 3 chests you open. Like, I can see why it does, because otherwise you could get every single time you open a chest, add a chest to the entrance hall, and you would just break the game, because every single time you opened a chest, a new chest would appear. One interesting one that I haven't tried, I guess it wouldn't be that much use really, but it's like whenever you do something, add like spread dirt on the driveway, you could have it be whenever you dig up junk, spread dirt on the driveway, and then hope that you dig up more junk. Okay, so tomb we wanted. Take the tomb. I won't go down there yet, but now we want to find magnifying glass, metal detector, and workshop. So that's our goal for today, is to find those items, find the workshop, combine them, and then go down to the tomb and try and light some candles, because I'm pretty certain there are candles down there to light. Okie doke. Early dining room? Early break room. I like early break room. Get some keys. And a free coin. Okay. So 41 minus 1 is 40, divided by 20 is 2. 36 minus 3, or divided by 3 is 12. Flipped is 21. Minus 2 is 19. Okay. So we've got 23. No. Sorry. We've got 13 times 1 is 31. Plus 10 is 41. Times 1 and flipped is 14. There we go. And we get 2 keys. Observation. Oh, sorry, observatory, I can talk. Chapel, however, better connections and more money. So I'm going to take this. So now we're up to 93, which is very nice. I guess if we're ever on a day where we desperately need money, we can break this piggy bank. I don't think I want to do it now, though, because we don't have any real need to, and I assume this is a you can do it once ever kind of thing. So yeah, let's go this way. Okay, there's the commissary. But the den is better because it gives us a gem. We don't need the commissary right now. Okay, so let's try and find a dead end here. Okay, conservatory, storeroom though. So I think maybe storeroom is better here. I do like adjusting the rarity, but I like having keys and gems more. Yeah, today is a day where we're trying to focus on getting specific items, which means we want to try and see as many rooms as possible. So we want more gems, more keys. There's no chest in here. Okay, can we go up this way? We can. Drawing room. I like the drawing room here. So dead ends also put money for us in the tomb. So there's a slight extra benefit to taking dead ends, I guess. Okay, so let's go this way. We can redraw once. Okay, walk-in closet, not great. Pantry doesn't connect. Commissary doesn't connect, but we don't hate having a commissary. Mechanarium, no, we need... I want to make this room work. Like, I want to get as many of these cogwheel rooms as possible and then get the mechanarium. I think commissary. And let's keep our fingers crossed for a metal detector. There is. Okay, so we get a metal detector. I'll take the sleeping mask, I'll take the shovel, and I'll take the salt shaker. Because we've got so much money, there's no reason not to. So we should be fairly happy in terms of steps now with the sleeping mask and the salt shaker. Okay, let's see what we can draft here. Okay, there's security. We like security. It's a cogwheel room, so actually, let's take that. Let's do our usual thing. We'll start an experiment as well. So we want security level low. We may as well change the offline mode. Okay, and then security menu, log into network. Okay, and so, oh, it's the wrong one. We want remote terminal access. We want mailroom related, please. And I guess apples maybe would be good today. Bedrooms, security door. Okay, yeah, none of these are fantastic. So spread dirt on the driveway. Maybe for each bedroom you draft after your second. So we do actually want to draft bedrooms today because we have the sleeping mask. Whenever you draft a hallway from another hallway, that's not going to happen that often. Each time you unlock or bypass a security door, also kind of unlikely to happen. We don't have a security key card. I'm going to say each bedroom you draft, spread dirt on the driveway. Because we have a shovel. Or is this better? Getting extra gems, getting extra... I think this one's better, actually. Because the dirt on the driveway is probably just going to be more money, and we don't really care about money. So we'll do this. Okay. Somewhat underwhelming experiment, unfortunately. And let's have a quick look for items, and there is indeed an item. Okay, and so now we can dig in the foundation if we want. I guess I'm gonna go this way and try and connect down here. I don't go too far north. Okay, turnips. We're happy with turnips. I'd like keys as well. What's that I'm hearing? Is that just the noise of this? I guess it is. Weird. I don't think I'd noticed that noise before. Yeah, okay, this way. Okay, lost and found. If we get good rare items, then it's nice. I guess we're working on the assumption that we do connect back up here if we take lost and found, so we'd have to go back through it. Okay, so we really, really don't want to lose the metal detector. So maybe we just take the pantry. I think we do. I mean, the storm is a dead end, but it gives us a key and 2 gems, which we like, and we still have a lot of progress we can make here and from security. I'm going to take the storeroom. I talked myself into it. Because it just gives us quite a lot of resources. And then... yeah, we can continue drafting from elsewhere. I think at this point I am going to backtrack all the way to the entrance hall and try and build up this area from here before I come back to this door, which is probably locked. So not that way, this way. Not that way, this way. Oh yeah, we can draft from there as well if we want to. So actually I'm going to do that. I was going to say, in case I get the Chamber of Mirrors, this is what I was thinking of. So we'll take the Chamber of Mirrors, go in and push this button. What do we have in here? Keys. Okay, that's actually kind of nice. Now we need to get to that door around there, which is easier because we don't need to connect there. So yeah, this is actually me being tactical and it paying off. Hello? Oh, it's from in there. Okay, I thought it was in this room. So yeah, we want to go this way and then try and connect here. I've recently started reading the Chronicles of Prydain, and all the Welsh names slow me down. Yeah, they'll do that. Welsh names are sometimes not very forgiving, I guess. Okay, so yeah, now we can get duplicates of rooms because we've got the Chamber of Mirrors. So if ever there was a day where we could get a lot of these cogwheel rooms, maybe it's today. I'll take the den because it's more gems. And I will... I guess... I'm not going to draft here yet. I'm going to draft this. I'm going to hope that I can get... Okay, let's see. So, nursery... We need bedrooms for our experiment today. A second pantry? No, a first pantry. It does allow us to keep making progress. I'm going to take this. It's not exciting, I guess, but I think it's sensible. There's library. We do want to take a library so that we can take out another book. We want... Oh, and a key. We want to take out a new clue, but we want to make sure that we get that book on a day when we have the magnifying glass. So yeah, I will take that out, and then I will hope that we find a magnifying glass tomorrow and then find the library. I'm going to draft here and feel nervous. I really, really want to connect to this side of the Chamber of Mirrors. Okay, perfect, perfect. Cloister is expensive, but it gives me all the connectivity I want. I will definitely take that. Okay, and we can do some digging. Wow, a lot of coins. And something for us to pick up, apparently. Right there. Okay, so we wanted to go in here. We wanted to go up here. Okie doke. So now we get to potentially add duplicate copies of certain floor plans. A leadership spare room. I will add... This is actually quite a nice room. Having multiple of these is not bad. Because it's a bedroom which is like a through room. It's not a dead end. It buffs other rooms as well. So we'll take that. This gives us some money. This gives us another break room. Yeah, I'll take another break room. More keys. Better chances of having... having a key card. I will absolutely take that. Okay, so now we push this. Get this key. And this key. And now we need to backtrack to here. And we want to get this key and push this. And we also want to push this, because we didn't push this before. Yep. We have pushed this one, I think. Yeah. So we want that up. Which means we've also pushed this one. Yeah, okay, so we need to push that one over there, I think, and then we need to get through that door. So... do we go back around to the chapel? I think we do. So we're wasting some steps here, I guess, but it's getting us a lot of keys, which we like. So we can open that, and we can open that. And now the whole place is open. We've got this lovely 4-direction room. And we can open up here. There's the observatory. Lovely. So this will allow us to redraft stuff. We've got 67, which is a key, and apples are better, and 2 chests. Okay. Kind of tempted to go and open those 2 chests immediately, because they're only 2 rooms away, and we've got 11 keys. So I will do that, because we could potentially find a lot more gems there. Okay, I will take dice any day of the week. We've got a gem and car keys. Okay. Alright, so from observatory, I guess. Let's draft. Let's not get stuck on the geometry. Okay. Leadership spare room. Mechanarium. Okay, so we only have... Yeah, we still would only have 2, so we don't want to draft the Mechanarium. We can draft a leadership spare room, I think. Compass. Okay, not what we needed. But an item is an item, I'm not complaining. I guess it removes it from the item pool, so we're more likely to get what we do care about. Okay, boudoir gets us a lot of steps. A lot of steps today for boudoir, and it gives us a gem, which is, I think, more important right now. So, 1, 2, 3. So I guess we did already find chapel today, which is one of the reasons our money is so high, but even just starting with 62 money, it makes me feel like... I mean, okay, I guess we've got 91 money after buying out the commissary, right? Like, we have so much money these days. It makes me wonder, are we ever going to really need money again properly? Okay, so patio here is not amazing. Garage is a dead end. Patio isn't a dead end, and allows us to come up and try and draft it. I'm going to take the patio. So it's a bit underwhelming in terms of not spreading that many gems, but it's better than nothing, and it points us in the right direction, I think, because I do want to try and come up here and then draft down and actually get to her leadership's chamber again, like the real one, not her spare chamber. Okay, we've got plenty of keys. Okay, cloister again. Very expensive. I don't think we can take the cloister. Secret passage is pointless here, so we take the hallway. Gets us a key. Anything else? There is something else. There is a coin. Okay. Where are we going? It keeps giving the Mechanarium. I do not want the Mechanarium right now. What do I want? I want more of these kind of rooms. I guess I'll take the crawler because it's unlocked. Okay, secret passageway here. We could take secret passageway into a bedroom to get more bedrooms, because that starts triggering our experiment then. Gymnasium. It's not great, but it's not awful. We wouldn't be going back through here that many times, and we have quite a lot of steps. But secret passageway into... I think secret passageway into bedroom is actually... It's better. It's more interesting. So we just hope for a good bedroom. I guess the aquarium counts as a bedroom as well. So, okay, these are all dead ends. We don't like that. So I'm going to redraw. Here we go. So this now buffs the boudoir again. So if we go back through the boudoir, which I think we will end up doing, we'll get another 10 steps. And this should trigger the experiment. Yeah. Oh, and we get 5 steps from the sleeping mask. So yeah, we're doing great for steps. Okay. We've got lots of keys. Okay, we could take kitchen. We already... Oh. If we take reading nook, then we're guaranteed to find library, which means that the book that we took out earlier is already in there, I guess. So we don't want to do that, because we need... we need the magnifying glass, and we don't have it. So I think I take hallway here, because it gets us a key, and it's got, yeah, good connectivity. And then I feel like maybe we go up and try and come back down. Yeah, the only way we can fill this in is if we come from here now. So, okay, there's boudoir, which gets us a ton of steps and a gem. and connects to the antechamber, but blocks off all of this. I guess all of these. I'm going to redraw. I want to try and get over onto the left-hand side. Okay, second observatory is actually pretty nice. But gymnasium is better. Yeah. More rooms is better, I think, is what I'm going to go for here. And, of course, it's locked. Alright. So, now we have to backtrack. We can go this way. Let's go this way. Pool, hallway closet. So, we could get 3 items out of the hallway closet. Or we could take the kennel and make it more likely we can make progress. Or we can take the pool. It adds the locker room, the sauna, and the pump room. Well, the pump room is another cogwheel room. We kind of want those. This also connects to the bottom of the antechamber, so if we were able to open that up... it seems like a long shot. The kennel... We have a shovel. Let's take the kennel. Hello, what a good boy. There's some money in here. I wish I knew what this was. I feel like I may be missing something important here. Because you got CA and then CAT and then T. Like, why is the cat in between the cat? It is a pupper, and you can pet the pupper. There's a special button for it and everything. There's several puppers, and they're all good boys. Yeah. And there's not anything to dig in here, which is the first time I've ever been in here with a shovel and there's not been something to dig. So hopefully this isn't locked. It is, of course, locked. What do we get in here? Okay, kitchen, I think is fine. We want to try and connect here. If we can find one of the rooms which has the lever in it to unlock it, then that's great. So... Okay, we don't really like dark room. So code check is not terrible here, actually. It does rely on us making a lot more progress here. What we could do is take code check, get our key card, backtrack to security, turn the security level to be really high, so we get a lot of keycard doors, and then try and make progress here. Or we could take kitchen and try and come around, but then... Okay, if we do take coat check, is there anything we'd like to store in the coat check room other than the claim ticket for the key card? So getting key cards is easier now because we have break room. So anytime we draw a break room, we can, in theory, just finish our day there and start with the key card. Maybe we'd rather stave a metal detector in here for days when we have a magnifying glass but no metal detector and want to be able to make that Bernie thing. But that's today is when we want to be doing that. I just desperately want to find magnifying glass and workshop today. So I think I should do whatever lets me keep going for longer today. Keycard does let me carry on from the gymnasium, but it doesn't let me carry on from where I currently am. Do I just redraw here? I think maybe I'll redraw. Okay, courtyard is fantastic. Yeah, courtyard is like perfect here. It gets us gems. It possibly has a hammer in it. Yeah. No hammer. Okay. But we can unlock all the doors, which is great. Even if there's nothing buried here. 8 keys. I'm gonna risk it. Hey, paid for itself. Okay, so do we go up or do we go down? Let's go up. Okay, dining room is lovely here. Yeah, absolutely. Immediately we get a lot of steps. So pizza wants the furnace, I think. We're not taking the furnace today. Yeah. So we'll just eat this. Okay, so now we've got both sides of the antechamber. If we can find the secret garden, we can open up and just get a path through here. Oh, and there's still something for me to pick up in here. It appears. There it is. Okay, we've got keys out the wazoo today. Let's go this way. I'd like more gems. Okay. Is here where we go lost and found, or do we go to locksmith? We have a lot of money, so we could go to locksmith, and I don't know if it's possible to buy a sanctum key in the locksmith. I think maybe it isn't possible. So lost and found is an option. If we lose the salt shaker, the sleeping mask, or the car keys at this point, I don't really care. I don't care about losing the compass either. As long as we don't lose the metal detector and the shovel, I'm moderately happy. So, do we take the locksmith? Do we take lost and found? Attic has 8 items in it, but gets rid of almost all of our gems. I'm going to take lost and found and just pray that we don't lose our metal detector. Okay, sleeping mask, we're fine with that. This is kind of underwhelming, honestly. More gems is fine, actually. Okay, and so we can pick a room that we don't want showing up for a week. What would that be? I guess the gymnasium, maybe, we don't really like, but you can turn off the gymnasium. Although I think I made the rarity really, really high on the room with the breaker box, so maybe we would just rather get rid of the gymnasium. We can't get through that door without a key card, though. I'm gonna go south from here and hope that we can reconnect back onto here, because I don't want to have to come back through this room. Okay, there's the master bedroom. There's a second observatory. A second observatory is nice. Master bedroom gets us a lot of steps, but we can't really do anything in it. Lavatory is a dead end. If we take the observatory, we're committing to losing another item. But we get to trigger constellations again, which I think gets us another 2 chests in the entrance hall, which isn't bad. And we can carry making progress from the courtyard and from security, though. I'm going to do this. I'm going to risk losing another item. Wow, that music cut off very abruptly. Okay, so we got that already. Then we get another key, and we get apples are even better, and we get 2 chests. Yeah, because we spent spent a star earlier. So when we got an extra star for coming in here, we put us back to where we had been. Okay, don't lose the metal detector. Salt shaker, absolutely fine. We've got loads of steps. Okay. Yeah, we'll use the watering can to get an extra gem. And then we draft from here. Okay, trophy room we cannot afford. We have to redraw here because these are all dead ends. Right? I don't think we can take... Yeah, we can't take a dead end here. We need to be able to fill out this area better. Okay, courtyard, yes, because we can... It'll pay for itself, and we can dig up stuff to unlock any doors in it. And it maybe has a hammer. It has a hammer! Oh yeah, and we get a gem from this as well. Okay, so this was an excellent choice. Because now we can open all of the chests in the entrance hall as well. Let's carry on this way. Okay, boiler room. See, there's tunnel. I'm so curious. Like, if you can draft tunnel when there isn't anything here, do you just do tunnel, 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 and tunnel all the way out and find a secret area, is what I'm wondering. I'll take the boiler room here because it's got decent connectivity. It adds a cogwheel room. Oh, but the pool has 2. Okay, the pool is better. The pool has 2 chests and also connects to either side, which is what we want more. So I'll do that instead. And then we can open the archive. Of course, it's got a door we can't open, but plenty of gems. Okie doke. See, I'm a little confused now, because that's the third keycard door we found, and we set the security level to be low, which means we should only be finding 1 or 2. But there's one here. There's one we unlocked by digging, attached to the courtyard, I think. And we just found one here, so more of these doors than there should be, it feels like. Okay, Electrical Aquarium is a bedroom, and so would count towards our bedroom count. And it's a power source. And it's a cog room. Yeah, let's take this one. Because, yeah, that leads up there, which is a dead end. This blocks that off, I guess, so we can't fill it in, but allows us to carry on down towards security. So we get... Okay, and we've unlocked the doors. Oh yeah, and there's a chance that we find a powered room here as well. No. Okay, well, parlor lets us keep going. And gives us more gems, so we take the parlor here. Any item? Well, there's something in here to pick up. Here it is. Another key. Well, we have so many keys. Okay, today's riddle. The blue box is true. One of the other 2 boxes is false. You will open this box and find it empty. So, okay. This becomes true if I open the box and it's empty. It's false if I don't open this box. Like, regardless of whether it's got gems in it or not. One of the other 2 boxes is false. So if this is true, and this is true, then this is false, which means the blue box is true, which means one of the other 2 boxes. So that doesn't tell us where the gems are. Okay, so if this is false, then this is true, this is true. So this has, if this is false, you'll open this box. So I'll open this box and find it not empty. Yeah. Okay. Yep, onwards. Okay, pump room is a dead end. Rotunda is not a dead end, but it is expensive. Planetarium is a dead end. Okay, maybe we don't care about it being a dead end. So we can dig in the planetarium, which is nice. If we end our day here, we get 2 more stars, which is nice. We can carry on from security. But Rotunda lets us connect here, which would be good. With both of these keycard doors, I don't remember. So, okay, this one is unlocked, I guess, regardless. So we can go from here because we dug in here. So the fact that this is a keycard door kind of doesn't matter. Maybe we just take the planetarium and dig. The pump room is another cog room, so that would give us, let's see, 1, 2, 3 with security, which would put it up to 4. If we did draft this, say a 4 with the machinarium still isn't very good. We want to be at like 6 or 7. So Rotunda then, I guess, because at least that allows us to connect here. I really, really want to find magnifying glass and a workshop, but I guess that's just not happening today, unfortunately. Okay, patio doesn't connect to security. Puts a lot more gems around. Why do we care about connecting to security? We care about connecting to security because it's a shortcut. It means we don't have to backtrack through the entire house. Okay, if we take the break room, there's a chance we find the secret garden key, which we want if we want to be able to get into the antechamber today. Which we kind of do, but we also, I guess we don't really care that much. The main thing we care about is getting this keycard door open and going down here, I think. Okay, 13. And then we've got 33 minus 1 is... No, wait. Yeah, wait, hang on. Yeah, minus 1. 33 minus 1 is 32. Flipped is 23. Wait. Okay, so that can't be right. 33 flipped and then minus 1 is 32. Divided by 8 is 4. Okay, so you flip the number before you apply the operation. All right, so we've got 10 times 10 is 100. Flip the digits is 1 times 10 is 10. Except that's not 10. No, hang on. Yellow is subtract, right? Try look at my notes. So we've got, yeah, yellow is subtraction, pink is multiplication. So we've got 10 times 10 is 100. Then we have to flip the digits and subtract 10. So how does that? How do you flip the digits of 100? Does it become 1? Does it become 10? Okay, it can't become 1. It can't become 10. It can't stay as 100 because then... Or are we changing the order again? Does it go to 90 and then 9? Like, are we now flipping the digits after the thing? I guess so. Weird. Okay, so... Okay, so this can't be 14 flipped minus 20, so it has to be... So we've got 13, but we flip it, so 31. Add 1 is 32. Flip it is 23. Minus 20 is 3. There we go. Okay. And we didn't get the secret garden key, which is what I was hoping for. Dang. Okay, well, we can go up this way. So many keys. Ballroom is the only one that lets us carry on making progress, except we've got this door here, so maybe we do the reading nook just for an extra key? Well... No, we want to... I feel like I've drafted the music room for the ballroom before, maybe? I'm gonna take this. I don't know, this doesn't feel like a great idea. There go all of our gems. Clara and Simon in Eclipse Ball. We've been in here before, so we've seen all this. We've read those sheets. Or maybe the music room drafts into the ballroom more often, is what I was thinking of. Okay, well, this might be our last room for today. None of these are very helpful. Well, the reading nook does at least connect. But then we can't do... I think I have to redraw. Okay, planetarium. I don't hate it. It gets us more stars, which we've been wasting stars by redrafting stuff. Okay, yeah, what a shame. Nothing we can do with the tomb today. Man, I'm bummed out about that. I really want... I mean, we had the metal detector as well. We just didn't find the other stuff we needed. And we can't go... Yeah, can't go through there because we don't have thing. Did we want to go back and use the repellent on that? Maybe we use the repellent on the ball. I think I don't like the ballroom. Just feels like it's not a good room. Like, it was important for us in order to be able to solve this, but like setting your gems to 2 is only useful if your gems are less than 2. And I feel like my gems are almost never less than 2 once I actually get a run going, so I'm gonna use this. No ballroom, please. And then I guess just go here? Yeah. Man. Another disappointing day. Okay. It's so many steps left as well. Okay. Let's go for another day. Day 41. So at some point, the vision we had in the rumpus room of, you know, the outside gate being unlocked and those birds here having been messed with will be a thing. Like these look like components from a puzzle, right? We had that vision from the rumpus room before. I want to find the rumpus room again and find some stuff in there. I just had a thought. So previously I'd been tossing coins into the fountain to make a wish, right? Is there a luck thing in this? Oh, okay. So trading post. I think I really want to take the shrine though. No, trading post. So there was dynamite in the trading post before. When I did manage to find the magnifying glass and the metal detector, and then combined them, I made a thing that could make fire, and I lit the dynamite blew up, and we revealed this area, which the first time I came in here had a lot of gold here. So I wanted to check if the gold is there every single time. The gold is not. So that was a one-time use thing, I guess, which is a bit of a shame, because I think I ended up not using the gold tool. Okie doke. Oh, I just remembered something. You can request stuff from the commissary. You can say, I want this item, and it will show up in a few days. So maybe I should be doing that for the magnifying glass, like, all the time. To try and force a magnifying glass. I guess another option is try and draft the coat check room on the hope that I find an item, like an upgraded item that I want to save in there. Because the keycard in there is pretty good, but now we have other ways of getting the keycard. Whereas we don't have easy ways of getting these items that I put together. Okay, parlor, yeah, extra gems. No items over there. Okay, today's riddle. The gems are in the blue box. The gems are in this box. Okay, so those are either both true or both false. The gems are in a box next to this box. Okay, well, if that and that is true, then that also becomes true, so that can't be the case. The gems are not in that box, or in that box, and they're not in a box next to this one, which means they're in this one. Fuck. The gems are in a box next to this one. Okay, if... So I guess that was true, because they're not in here. So the gems are in a box next to this one, but they're not in the blue box. Oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah. These are both false, so this has to be true. Yeah, no, I just... I wasn't thinking. Damn. Okay, lost and found. We have no items. Perfect. Alright, and... Excellent. Now we can double dip on the observatory if we find it, and we can also this is new. Investor needed. What is this? What on earth am I looking at? That definitely wasn't there before. Okay, well, photo time. It's always telescope and never ask politely scope. Yeah. Just bossing people around. No room for subtlety or pleasantries, I guess. When you're looking at the stars, you gotta get it done. Okay. Okay, so we've got a photo of that. No idea what that means. Pardon me. Or is this a hint for a thing we've already solved, right? Okay, so we should, unless we get really unlucky here, we should be able to not have to come back through this room. Yeah. Oh, but there's the workshop. I really want the workshop. So let's take the workshop. Oh, and we can make it commonplace. Okay. Excellent. All right, so now it's easier to find the workshop. There's a hammer. Anything else in here? Okay, so now if we can find the commissary, we've got a pretty good job of, pretty good chance of finding a metal detector in there. There's security. We want security early. Yeah. Security commonplace, I think, is actually kind of nice. So we'll do that. And we will do our usual thing, and we'll start an experiment as well. So 1 or 2 security doors, even though we saw more than that. Return to security, and then log in. Do we want to... I am gonna order a magnifying glass. It feels like it's a thing that's hard to find. We also want to make sure we have a magnifying glass next time we go into the library. So remote terminal access. Maybe I should be ordering more items. Kind of looks like an abstract camera. I think what it reminded me of was a lock of some kind, because it has what looked like 4 tumblers at the top. Yeah, it looked like an electromagnetic lock or something. But I don't know. I'm just guessing. Okay, so let's... Oh, we needed to start the experiment. Forgot to actually do that. Whoops. Okay. Experiment setup. Continue with the experiment. Okay, so this is the only one that adds permanent progress. Each time you eat an apple, that's usually a pretty good one for us. I think we have to take that one. Yeah. Okay, so we're looking for apples. It's a shame it wasn't mail. To the mail room. Okay, so we know we care about apples. We can do any digging we want to do. We can open any chests we want to open. Break time's over. Back to the Vampire Survivors grind. Have fun, Wonderful. I will do my best to have a good night. In fact, well, it's not even nighttime. It's only 6 o'clock here, and it's still broad daylight. So I'll do my best to have a good afternoon. But yeah, take care. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks again for resubbing. I really appreciate it. And we get an observatory, which is lovely because we get to double dip. So we get that, we get 3, and okay, so it's not a good day to double dip. We only get the benefit of the 3 extra steps twice. But there's no reason not to, I think, do this right now. Yeah, so... let's carry on. I would like to find the planetarium today. Okay, there's the real lab. Okay, mechanarium, it would be at 3, which is not actually that good, is it? I want to wait for that to be later in the day. Ladyship spare room, I think, is our best choice here. Yeah. Because there's no guarantee that this actually connects up here or over here. So we'll do this. Oh, and we get the rabbit's foot, which is nice. We like that. Any other items? Does not appear so. Let's keep going north. Okay, electric eel aquarium. Pretty nice powered room. There's a possibility that we get an apple in here. We can keep this commonplace. There's a shovel. Excellent. So every item we find means it's more likely that we find... Oh, we dug up the broken lever? Wow. It's more likely that we find the items that we actually care about. Which right now is... Well, I guess it isn't today, is it? Because we don't have the tomb, which is the one place I wanted to go with the thing that lets you light fires. Okay, so we could take the furnace here. And then try and find the freezer. But I think the freezer is rare. So unless we can change the freezer's like frequency, then we don't want to try, because we got the furnace and the freezer before and it didn't melt enough. So we're missing something. Maybe we have to have the sauna and the furnace? Possibly. Let's see. Okay, so we now have a lot of money. Finding the commissary would be quite nice. Let's go this way, I think. Try and connect the foundation. Yeah. Locked. No keys. Oh, crap. We haven't got any gems either. Oh, this is bad. How have I allowed this to happen? Do we just take a storeroom here? Or do we take a reading nook? This is not great. Okay, well, storeroom has a key. So that allows us... Yeah, I think storeroom is the sensible choice. It has a key and 2 gems. So it allows us to draft from here. But first, let's backtrack. We'll go through this door. Okay, this is less likely to be locked. Okay, library has the book we want. But we don't have a magnifying glass. Break room allows us to make progress. Bedroom allows us to make progress. Break room gives us more keys. No item. Nothing there, nothing there. Okay. What on earth is this? Add a third of 9? Is that 3? Yes. Add a third of 15. That's 5. It's not. Okay, so 1. Add 1/3 of 9 is 3. Oh, add 1/3 of 15 and then add 1/3 of 15 again is 10. Okay. And then 5 times 3 is 15. There we go. Okay, not too bad. And we get the secret garden key. Let's carry on this way. Okay, there's the kitchen. Okay, so her ladyship's spare room, possibly into her ladyship's chamber. This isn't terrible. Okay, and then conservatory would have somewhere to dig, probably. And we can adjust the rarity of study. Let's take this one. There might even be a gem in here. Magnifying. Okay, so now we do want to find the library, I think. Okay, servants' quarters. I think I'm okay with that being unusual. Study. While drafting, you may spend gems to redraw floor plans. I don't think I care about that one that much either. And then the quest bedroom, we want it to be commonplace because we want to be bumping up our allowance, maybe. Or maybe we don't care about this one anymore. Maybe it's okay for this to be rare. I think I'm going to leave all these as they are, actually. As well, no, okay. Do we ever care about going to the study? So the only reason we care about the study, I think, is because there is a queen in here, chess piece, which means if we want to change, then we should have this available. If we want to change what our thing is. And this one, I think I'll make this one rare. Yeah, okay. Okie dokie. So we want to go back to the chapel. This is, yeah, our only door. now we want to try and find the library, because we can... this way, because we can now look at the book with the magnifying glass. We have to use this. Okay, another workshop, which leads directly to the foundation. I think maybe we take that. It's another cogwheel room, which would put us at 1, 2, 3. I just got it in the back of my... Oh, no, 4 with the aquarium. So, yeah, we can... We'll leave it at commonplace. We can actually also potentially make... No, okay, no battery. But maybe we can make something here. So, let's see. Shovel and compass gives us a dowsing rod. Shovel and broken lever doesn't do anything by itself. Okay, compass and sledgehammer, no. No. Magnifying glass, no. Okay, so the only thing we can do is shovel and compass. I think... Do I rather... Let's do that. I don't know that I've made the dowsing rod before. I don't know that we're going to be doing a lot of digging today, so we don't need it to remain. So this, while drafting, dowsing rod points towards rooms that may contain more items today than usual. So this is good for finding items. I guess I should have dug up whatever was here first, because I can no longer do that because the dowsing rod is not a shovel. That was a bit silly. Okay, well, let's go this way first. Okay, what has the good stuff? Well, I want to go to the planetarium, because we've got the telescope. But the quest bedroom has more stuff in it, and the commissary isn't a dead end. But no, planetarium. I want to keep doing stuff here. So, a new planet. I need to write this one down. Hello? Do I need to click on it? I guess I need to click on it. Marmora. Guiding light. Starting tomorrow, each planetarium will contain 1 ivory die. Okay. So where's my section on planets? Here we are. So we've got Marmora, guiding light. Okay. So Planetaria becomes slightly better again. Which is nice. Like, having a room, like, I presume... So we've done that one and that one, so there's 3 more to do. I'm guessing one of them is, like, it will have a gem in it, one of them will have a key in it, and one of them will have some food in it, maybe? Like, maybe that's the gem, that's the key, and that's food. I guess maybe it's gold, but it means that the planetarium becomes a room that you really want to take. So, unfortunately, that did put us back down to only one way of making progress, so we could rapidly run out of stuff here. Lab is effectively a dead end. I don't think we can take the lab here. I think we need to redraw. Okay, casino is not a dead end, but we can't afford, for fuck's sake, we can't afford it. We have to redraw. Music room is a dead end. Okay, reading nook is not a dead end, and it also has extra treasure. And... Right? There was a... It was pointing at this, the dowsing rod, wasn't it? Should I just imagine that? Am I just blind that I can't see there's a key lying around somewhere? Maybe I am. This doesn't seem to do anything, nope. Okay, well, we can at least get the library from here. And it's not a dead end, and it has more stuff than usual. Okay, so we want to take this. Treasure. Wow, a lot of stuff. So we have a coupon book and a treasure map, which we can't dig up because we already got rid of our shovel. Oh, the treasure map is for this room? Okay. But we can't dig it. Alright. So... Let's read this book. A New Clue by Marion Marigold. Standard Publishing, 1988. All he needed was to find a new clue. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. If he knew what to do, he'd likely tell you, for you were looking for a new clue too. Okay, getting some Dr. Seuss vibes here. He had retraced his sketches and studied the files, reviewed all his cases and gone through the piles of the evidence present and precedents evident, and retraced his steps as it stretched on for miles. Okay, and we've got some stuff to look at. So we've got dead cases, lavatory, closet, attic, furnace, solarium. We know about those. Corner cases, the parlor, the patio, the nook, the office, the library, the pantry. We know about those. Okay, and what's this? Suspect list. Rose Barley, Richard Scott, Frond Mayford, Sandra Dillon, Bo Lee, Charles Riscal, Christoph Clark. Who are all of these people? Okay, so that's just the same things twice. Well, let's take a photo of this, because this might be relevant. And I don't want to... I feel like I... Actually, no, I'm going to write this. I'm going to have a new page in my notebook for just stuff in a new clue. I'm going to write all of it down in the notebook rather than relying on photos for it, because I think it's probably easy for me to find stuff in my notebook, because I think that I've forgotten most of the photos I've taken already. Actually, that's a good point. I'm going to go back through and make sure that there's not some I can't just delete. Okay, so we want to keep those. Okay, that one I don't need because I already found the place where it is, so we can move that to trash. Okay, there's that. Okay. Oh yeah, and here's the thing for where the keys are. The first key found here on the furthest rank. The second locked tight in the vault of a bank. I think we found that one. The third is high up among all the clocks. We found that one. The fourth down below beneath all the docks. We found that one. The fifth key is held by a king on his throne. I don't think we've found that one. The sixth in a station left by one of your own. Maybe we found that. Seventh is major if you draft it quite late, and that one is that's the music room, which we haven't got it, and then the last key is waiting behind the last door of 8, and I think that was the room of 8 puzzle, which gave us the sign. So okay, keep that. There's the map. There's another passport. There's that. Okay, we don't need this anymore. Sorry, I'm just deleting old photos that I don't need. Yep, okay, that'll do. All right, and then I was gonna write down what we just saw here. So, a new clue suspect list. A lot of young people on this list. It seems. I wonder if the ages are a clue somehow. Okay, Rose Barley 50. And then Richard Scott 12. Frond Mayford 32. Interesting name, Frond. Sandra Dillon 14. I'm pretty certain none of these names are familiar. Bo Lee, age 16. So that's a short surname. So maybe that is doable. 16, and then Charles Riscal 12. And finally, Christoph Clark 25. Okay, and now we just have a quick look. I know that was a Christoph who was the driver, but did we have their surname? Let's see. Christoph, I don't think we had a surname for Christoph. Yep. Okay. So we can move that out the way. Okay. He had looked high and low in all of the rooms. He had searched every corner in each of the tombs. There are numbers here. In this particular case, he had checked every space. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. Okay, and then we've got numbers. Okay, so all. And then where's 2? All checked. And 3 is... corner. All checked. Corner. What was 4? Case. All checked. Corner, case, rooms. 6 had a low... Where's 9? Case. 10. Clue. 11. Found. 13 is... It's 12. The... And there's rooms. All checked corner case rooms had a low case clue found in the rooms. A low case clue? Yeah, it is low. Low case. Okay, so all the checked ones. So that's patio, nook, office, pantry. What does it mean by a low case clue? Okay. Then nothing to zoom in on here. He looked and he looked under beds and in nooks. He questioned the maids, he questioned the cooks. It was already over when he spoke to the chauffeur, who told him new clues were found only in books. Well, we're in a book right now. To Tanner Fork. Tanner Fork rings a vague bell. Is that somewhere the Baron went? Oh, no, Tanner Fork was mentioned in that last book we read, wasn't it? It was the place where the guy said he was from, but he wasn't actually from there. Okay, so I'll write down Tanner Fork, question mark. Okay. So tome after tome that the library loaned, and the books that he had that he already owned were searched from their covers all the way through. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. So... Tender Cipher, Luna renamed, Uncle Orr, Draft the Sixes. I guess I should write these book titles down. They seem like nonsense, but okay. So we've got red book tender cipher. Like, is this an anagram? And then green Luna renamed. And then purple Uncle Or. And then blue draft the sixes. Okay. He changed all the letters in the lines that he found. He checked all the colors of the spines that were bound. He doubled the meaning of each seasonal greeting and found that the diction of each word was sound. So, draft the sixes, shifted extras. The fix. Okay, so right and right, Mary, Mary, Gates, Gates. So we figured out Gates and Gates. Law, word, jaw, name. Okay. Well, let's just write this down. Law equals word, jaw equals name. So draft the sixes is an anagram of shifted extras, or the fixed something. So, okay, so yeah, maybe we need to anagram these names. So Uncle Or seems like one that maybe would be easier to do because it's got fewer letters. Anybody in chat good with anagrams? Feel free to weigh on this because I'm pretty bad at anagrams. Uncle Or. Guess it doesn't help that I've no idea what it's supposed to be an anagram, like what the topic of the anagram is. He stayed up all night and studied the maps. He laid out the floor plans and measured the gaps. And if his directory was considered a trajectory, it was nothing short of a full mental lapse. So, this looks familiar. This is I guess the layout of the thing. He's got a sledgehammer and this vase. So maybe we can break a vase with the sledgehammer. I'm writing this down as well. Break vase with hammer. Question mark. Okay. A man obsessed and cucko too, they would say as he would wander through. The best medicine is not yet evidence. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. So he's got a green book, a red book, a purple book, and a blue book. Which is the red, green, purple, and blue, yeah, that I wrote down. And then each. What is each? Having read this book so many times, having scoured over each of its cryptic lines, have you exhausted your search? Have you seen all the signs? I don't know. Well, let's zoom in. Major. Well, jaw is a name, so major would be ma name. So Mary. Assume page count starts on title pages. So library. From there. Search from their covers all the way through. Red, green, violet, blue. Page A, word X. Page C, word A. Page B, word Y. Page Z, word X. So we've got A, B, C, X, Y, Z. Okay, that rings a bell from somewhere else. The classroom, maybe? There was some, like, arithmetic. Major key X, Y, Z, A, B, C. Dead end. C is a dead end. Seen all the signs? For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 10 letter thing. Seen all the signs? We've got stop, keep left, keep right. Various signs like that. Okay. X, Y, Z, A, B, C. There's the metro. Okay. Do we have to get back? God, I really hope we don't have to get back down there, because that means dicking around in the pump room some more. Okay. So, red was page A, word X. Green was C and A. Purple, or violet, I should say, was B and Y, and then Z and X. So we got B, Y, Z, X. Okay. And X, Y, Z, A, B, C. A, B, C. Okay. All right. So I guess we have to find books from the library with covers of certain colors. Is this the purple book then? And then is the blue book Swimbird? And then is the red book the like with the red prince or whatever it was called? Are they all our mum's books? In which case, what's the green book? Or is there perhaps something new, something overlooked but now in view? Have you finally found it? Could it really be true? If it's a new clue, you know what to do. The suspect is minor. The suspect is minor. The suspect is major. So the suspect is young, and they have a Ma name. What was our list of names? The suspect is A key. A key. And this is the computer terminal, so it's like a login. That says on the way. So we had a stop sign, we had on the way. Stop on the way? The suspect is A key. I guess we could try A key as a login key. I guess it would be key A. And so this is red but handwritten, so it's true. The suspect is major. This is blue, so it's true. The suspect is minor. The suspect is not a minor. So the suspect is underage, under 18, I guess. And M-A-J-O-R, and J-O-R means name. So an M-A name? I mean, is it Mary? Any other pages? No. Okay. So there's a stop sign. There was a on the way there. Dead end equals major key. X, Y, Z, A, B, C. Dead end is C. Were there any other signs? Oh, okay. Each stop on the way. Oh. Route 8. Depart. Keep left. To Tanner Fork. Right. Dead end. Record each stop on the way. All right. So here's the sign. So we've got Route 8. Depart. And then keep left. To Tanner Fork. And, oh, hang on, let me have a quick look at this fruit, just in case. No. And then turn right. Just going to draw the right arrow. Dead end. Record each stop on the way, yeah. Okay, so I have a photo of the railway map, so I'm going to look at that now. Where were we? Here we are. Okay, so we start there. So, Route 8, depart. Keep left to Tanner's Fork. So, Tanner's Fork is number 10 on this map. So we keep left, so we get 7, 3, then 10 is Tanner's Fork. And then from Tanner's Fork, we got right turn dead end. Record every stop along the way. So that would be 1, then 13, I think. Because 13 is the dead end? Yes. So each stop along the way, we've got 7, 3, 10, 1, and then possibly 13. So, okay, 7, 3, 10, 1. So that doesn't mean a lot to me. Because we can't do anything with that turns it into a word, right? Those can't stand for letters. Because it would begin with GC, I think, right? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, yeah. So yeah, it can't be that they stand for letters of the alphabet, and it can't be that they're a date. So what is it? What does it mean? 7, 3, 10, 1, 13? Unless it's... Oh, unless we start at 8. And then it's the A, B, C, X, Y... No, X, Y, Z, A, B, C. Maybe that's what it is, if it's 6 numbers. So we would want page 8 would... No, we would want page... Sorry, let me put these numbers in. So we've got 8, 7, 3, 10, 1, 13. So we've got the... If this is the purple book, a new clue, Oh, which it is, because Uncle Or is an anagram of a new clue. So, okay, there we go. The anagrams are book titles. This is the book which we want. Page 1, word 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So sundial, possibly, because it says from the title page, somewhere, right? Assume page count starts on title pages. Yeah, so sundial. I did wonder. I did wonder about that sundial. So okay, now we just need to find out what the other ones are. So blue, a blue book, the anagrams to draft the sixes. Red, a red book, the anagrams to tender cipher. Red prince, right? Red, or the Red Prince. Yeah, the Red Prince. So we know that there's a copy of that in the nursery, and also a copy of it in the master's bedchamber. So this is the Red Prince. So we're gonna have to do something with the sundial, I guess, which is fun. Okay, I'm happy. I'm happy. I feel like we made some progress here. And so we carry on drafting from here. Yeah, okay. We could be rapidly reaching the end of the day here. Okay, so casino allows us to make progress. We can spend 100 to try and win the roll as well. I think we do that. It's our last gems. But I don't think we care about coins too much today. Oh, we get some more coins here anyway. What are our items? So yeah, we don't have a shovel. It would be kind of nice to have a shovel. Is there any reason for us not to spend 100 coins right here? We have the broken lever. I guess, okay, so if we find another workshop, we can make something with, and we find a battery, then we can make the powerful hammer thing, and then we can try and find the weight room and break down the wall there. So maybe we don't use the broken lever here. Maybe let's just spend 100 gold. Maybe we get 4 allowance tokens. Or is it just 4 allowance? Maybe we get 2 free spins? Nope, gems and keys. Not actually that bad for today. 4 gems, 4 keys. It probably saved us. Yeah. Secret garden key, so we can't really do anything with that right here. There's the commissary. Which of these do we want to go to? Okay, this wants us to go to the kitchen. So let's go to the kitchen. Today's an apple day, right? We want to eat apples for our experiment, so let's go to the kitchen and hope that there's an apple. Wait, no, because the kitchen doesn't have items. Or does it? Corner rooms, right? All checked corner case rooms had a low case clue found in the rooms. Patio, nook, office, pantry. Okay, well, I guess... Do we want to look out for those rooms then? I thought this was going to have an extra item in it because the dowsing rod pointed to it, but I guess it doesn't. Alright, what's on the menu for today? So... Oh, and it's all half price. Nice. So we can get +5 for every green room. Well, we have 2, so that's not the best time to be doing that. Do we just take the club sandwich now? We don't really need the steps. We can come back here if we need to. If we find the commissary, then there's probably stuff we want to buy in there. Okay, foyer is expensive, but there's items in there apparently, and it's the only one that isn't a dead end, so... What do we got in here? And where are the items for me to pick up that it told me were in here? Really? You definitely, it definitely pointed towards this, right? The dowsing rod. So why are there no items for me to pick up? Do I need to solve a puzzle? Ariana. Can I click on your mustache, sir? No. Major Nicholas Key. A key? So, we did know that there was an A key, and Key appears to be a surname, so I guess maybe there is someone here called Key. A key. Okay, so bedroom lets us make progress, and there's additional items in there. A single die, okay. Anything else? No. Where's the bedroom? No, so patio, nook, office, and pantry, I guess, is what we want to look out for. Well, there's the nook. Maybe we should go back there at some point. What was the other? Patio, office, pantry. Did we find a pantry today already? No. Okay, well, let's keep going. Very patchy house today. I think we're not going to be filling in a lot of these gaps. Okay, boiler room is another... Boiler room is the best here, I think. Even though the kennel has more items, apparently, boiler room is better because it's another cogwheel room. If we can find the mechanarium... Let's make this... This isn't actually a bad room to find, honestly. Let's make it common. We've kept that there. Okay, well, I guess today is the day we have to put this back so we can continue making progress for today. I will come back and switch that back, I think, before I'm done with the... before I'm done with everything here. Okay, and let's go this way first, I think. So that way. Yeah. Okay. Terrace, no. Dark room, nah. Library. Or a laboratory. Maybe we take the dark room here, actually. It does allow power through. And it connects both ways. Yeah, okay. We don't get to see what we're drafting. Also, apparently I didn't change this. I should have done. There we go. So let's bite the bullet and get this out the way. What special keys do we have? We have the secret garden key, so we could take the secret garden here. Or we could use a regular key. Oh, we don't have any gems. Crap. I'll take this just because it's powered. And of course it is the furnace, which we didn't really want. But we'll take a key. Okay. Well... Secret garden key, well... I'll use a regular key. Okay, let's see what we can get here. No powered rooms. And we have no gems either. Okay, well... Really wants us to take that one, but we can't. Let's do this. Hallway, okay. It could have been worse. Boudoir, there's apples. Finally. And there we go. We increase our allowance and we get a gem. Okay, so suddenly things are not looking as bad, because we did manage to bump that up a bit. Okay, so now we're not in a great shape, actually. I should have just used the secret garden key, because then I can unlock the antechamber and come over here, I guess. Because I can't use it here. Yeah, gotta use my regular. Okay, conference room is actually kind of nice here. We don't have much money, so yeah, we'll take the conference room. I won't go in yet, because there's no reason to. But then we can draft from here. We can also draft from the boiler room. Let's do this one first. Weight room. Okay, but it wants us to go to the study. Study is free. Study's a dead end. While drafting, you may spend gems. We don't have any gems. Don't want to lose half our steps, but if we do, we can go to the kitchen and regain them fairly easily. It does also connect and allows us to keep going. Maybe we take the weight room. I guess there's also the chance if we can find another workshop, then we can bash down this wall. I'm going to take this. It's maybe a bit of a gamble, because that is a lot of steps we just lost, but hoping it's going to be worth it, because I would like to break this down. I guess we also want to be keeping our eye out for a blue vase to try and break with the sledgehammer. I don't know where that would be. Okay, we did a special, or just a regular key, I should say, to open this. Archives. Well, I think we have to take the archives here, because we can't get out of any of the doors in the closed exhibit. Any items for me? No. I'm getting a sinking feeling here that things are going poorly. We're burning through our keys as well. Okay, gym allows us to keep going. Unfortunately doesn't connect to the boiler room. Or anywhere else for that matter. Do we just take this one instead? Because we can keep going through there. We've got one key left. The laundry room apparently has more stuff in it. What could we do? What could we do with the laundry room? The laundry room lets you swap stuff. We could swap coins for gems, maybe, and get 10 gems. That's not that good, though. Because if this has anything in it, it's likely to be like the sneakers or the sleeping mask, which are not really that helpful for us right now. We need gems and keys. I'm going to take the gymnasium and just hope that there's not a keycard door here. Of course, I had to jinx it. Alright, we have to go through this door now. Or... No, I think, yeah, this is okay. This is the only door that we can open at this point. And there's nowhere for us to get more gems. Yeah, okay. Okay, so the walk-in closet's a dead end. But it has 4 items, and we get more gems if we go in here because we've got Her Ladyship's chamber. Oh, we get 6 because we've got 2 Her Ladyship's spare rooms. Okay, there's another key. No, okay, I was hoping... What's this? Is this just... This is just to look cool, I guess. I was hoping that we would get a key card in here, because that would have allowed us to carry on going, but no, it is not to be. So, yeah, okay, I think that's it for today. We can't get through this door, and there's nothing else for us to do. So, yep, okay, let's backtrack then. Damn. Well, we got a lot of information out of that book, at least. I can feel good about that. It does mean that we need to take out more books to get more information. I wanted to put this back how it was, with the red door open. And then one more. Yeah, okay. And we also want to finish in the planetarium, right? Yeah. Man, we had so many items and we couldn't really do anything with them. Bit of a shame. Oh yeah, and let's keep an eye out for a thing to hit with the hammer. I don't know where it would be is the thing. Oh, and we can also... Okay, let's spend our money on steps. How many green rooms do we have? Just the 2. So 10 steps for 3 is actually not that bad. And then, oh, it's even cheaper. Okay, and then bananas are free? Free bananas. Amazing. Okay, so we can fill up on steps. Shame we don't have the salt shaker. Okay. And then, yeah, through here. Can't break any of this, right? Nope. It said that there was a low case clue in the nook. But what does that mean? Like, am I supposed to... Because, like, the nook is one of these rooms which has, like, space you can't get to, right? Like, the entire room isn't taken up by the room. There's, like, this... Like, I'm wondering, like, can you somehow get through here and there's stuff behind there? What's this? This does look kind of... Is this relevant? Blue and zigzag... Oh! Okay, red and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So was 7 lines one of the things for sigils? No. No. Okay, so that is probably not related to sigils then. No, okay. Well, yeah, I guess that's there's nothing there. These books are just books. See, now I'm just paranoid that there is something in here that I'm missing, and that I can somehow get back there or something. Nothing in the wood texture, right? Doesn't look like it. At least I can't immediately convince myself that it looks like it. Anything in these books? No. Maybe it is something to do with this. But I don't know what this means. Okay. So what were we doing? Oh yeah, let's go and try a key. The grotto thing. So we want to go, yeah, down all the way there. And oh yeah, if we can go through here. Was there a vase in here? Yeah, but it doesn't give us the option to break it. Okay. Yeah, we were going outside. Oh, wait. Ooh! I was just clicking, but... There we go. A second microchip. Okay. Progress. Does this one also break? It does. And in here we have... nothing. Okay, so... apparently... you can break stuff. I was going to check the den as well. Let's check the den. So, okay, can we break this one? No, but this is the same one that was in the nook. Okay. Can't break those. Can't break that. Okay, and then we don't want to go in there. No. Okay, so it seems like maybe there's other vases we can smash. Yeah, okay, well that'll be a good thing to look out for then. But since we found that microchip, let's go over here, because this is where the microchips go. And then something about sundial. I really wanna check out the sundial. Because I thought that it stuck out to me the first time I saw it. Insert microchip. Okay, well that's 2, so we're looking for 1 more. It's interesting that you can unplug this one as well. Like, does that mean it can be plugged in somewhere else? Okay, and then a key. Key A? No. Okay, what about Lee B as a suspect? Yeah! Okay. So Lee B was 1. Let me write that down, where the other passwords are. So this is the one with the short name that we had a hint about. Because it's supposed to be 4 letters of the surname, but Lee is only 3 letters. Okay. So, okay, we already did that. Email settings. Yep, we already did that. Check connection. Okay. Okay, return to menu. User database. 3 additional delisted admin keys. Okay, we're on Lee B. I think Lee B might be the one that has stuff that we haven't seen before. The last cables have finally been laid. The office terminal has been connected to the central network. Given the ever-changing nature of the rooms on the estate, we chose to install the server outside. Okay, we've read this already. Yeah, okay, so we can skip through. Maybe there's some stuff that we haven't seen before. Fix the connection error. We read the cable. Planning something later this year. Oh, wait, hang on. So, okay, so now we're getting stuff from Lee B, which we haven't seen before. 3 new admin keys have been added to the network's user database. Lee B, Prov C, and Hoon U. Okay, so who are these people? Where's my list of people's names who work at here? Okay, so none of... So Prov C... Prov... and Hoon U. Okay, so neither of those are ringing a bell. Yeah, we don't have anyone whose surname is Prov or Hoon. So what's going on with them? Who are they? And this is from 1987, so I guess this is a while ago. What about members of the family? So no, because they're all like Sinclairs or other things like that, like surnames we know. So okay, well I'm gonna write it down anyway, just in case. Where's my admin? Okay, so we've got Prov C and Hoon U. Okay. Admin log view access restricted to the following admin keys. So yeah, we're the only ones who can see the admin stuff. Lee, we're planning something later this year and need to make sure communication on here is not being archived. Are there additional steps we can take to ensure privacy? Already taken care of. We're now bypassing message archiving. Randolph should notice something out of the ordinary. And Prof C says, good, no one else on the castle, or no one on the estate knows we're here, other than Mary, of course, who saw Lee on Tuesday, but Hoon Yu has a plan to take care of her. If it must be done, it must be done. Just see to it that the body is not discovered. Jesus Christ! The last thing we need is for the Red Guard to be snooping around here. Okay. Where's my page on the heist? So we've got White, Marigold, Manning. So Marigold is our mum. But they're talking about killing her, Mary? She won't be found, rest assured. Let's disperse for now. I'll meet you all on the safe house in Reddington in 4 days. Then once the inquiry is over, we'll proceed with our plans for the museum. So our mum was going to go missing. And then there was this. So was working under the assumption that our mum was involved in the heist, but maybe she wasn't? Because they're talking about, like, not finding the body, right? So it implies they're going to be killing her rather than involving her. Resuming operations. Welcome back, Lee. I've been camping out on the old schoolhouse for the past month, waiting for your return. It's spacious, quiet, and should prove to be an effective base of operations outside the purview of the staff and the Baron. We should have an opening on the first day of September. Can we be ready by then? I don't see why not. Negotiations for transportation are in the final stages. If all goes well, we have air passage to Nuance secured for that date. I think Moore is planning a scheduled maintenance soon, so we should likely wrap things up here. I'd say it's time to scrub these logs. They might fall under some security and some scrutiny in the near future. Prov C and Hoon U and Lee B delisted and deleted from user database. Temporary access to the mainframe and Blackbridge Grotto has been restored to perform routine maintenance. And then more routine maintenance. Updated access privileges for the following account types. Admin has full access, personal access, archive access, full access, and access to archive admin logs and deleted database entries. So that's currently what we have. RT is down while we work on a solution. Working again. So I think we'd seen this before. It was just the middle bit we hadn't seen. Yes. Yeah, okay. So all that middle stuff we hadn't seen. Then data files. Okay, we don't care about trophy data, I think. Alright, so all we got from that was this middle stuff. So Prov C and Hoon U. And who is Lee B? Saw Lee on Tuesday, but someone has a plan. If it must be done, it must be done. Okay, and then meet you at the safe house in Reddington in 4 days. Okay. So when was it our mum disappeared again? Let's see. Well, it was at the 100 Bells tea room. We know that. Did I just not write down when it happened? Why am I so bad at taking notes? I could have sworn we had. Okay, I've got a bunch of Okay, I've got a bunch of notes that aren't have any context to them. Okay, well, I've got some stuff that's from February the 21st, which is when this is happening. Or at least that's when the news article is from. I should have written down what these articles were about. Good grief. Okay. Let's try and log in as those other names, just in case, to see if there's anything different. I'm assuming that there's not. So we had... If I could find it, which apparently I can't. Here it is. Prov C. No. Hoon U. No. Okay, so you can only log in as Libby. All right. Okay. We still don't know what this is about. 1100. And then there was something else I wanted to do, wasn't there? Or was that it? Oh yeah, the sundial. I'm just gonna have a look at it. Because if it's like break the sundial, well then I have a sledgehammer. It is not break the sundial. But it's definitely something to do with the sundial. The sundial which doesn't appear to actually tell time. Because the shadow doesn't seem to ever move. So we know that there's 4 words, right? It's something something sundial something. So we need to find the red print and decipher that. Then we also need to find a green book, which is Luna renamed, and we need to find a blue book, which is Draft the Sixes. Anagrammed. I wonder, do you wait till the sun goes down and then the sundial does something? Because that would be like, you know, no one's ever going to go and look at the sundial when the sun isn't even up. So that would be when you would want to do something sneaky and mysterious with it. There's also like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 things around the sundial, because each of them has one that's broken in 2. So are those digits? But then where's 0, I guess, is the question. Because this would be a 3-digit number, which wouldn't necessarily tell us anything, I guess. 3 digits is not a date. We've already looked at this, but I don't know if we looked at it with the magnifying glass. No, okay. And then, yeah, this implies that there was a gem here at some point. Can't break any of this stuff. No, okay. I am genuinely tempted to just hang around a little bit until it's nighttime and see if anything happens here. I'm also curious, is there some way of extracting information out of this? Because without knowing where 0 is, right, you can't count round and say like 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. to know where something's pointing. The fact that turning this turned these off does make me wonder, is there a reason you want them turned on? Because so that's no longer working, but now these are working. So that's keeping the ice off the apples, I guess. Is that what it's doing? I wish I could eat all of these apples with today's experiment going. That would be amazing. This is definitely not moving. Yeah. It kind of feels like it's not really getting any later either. Like it's been evening for a while. Can I see the clock from here? No. I mean, I have a telescope. I guess I'm not allowed to use it. Okay, do I leave these on? Do I turn them off? What's going on? Does doing something here do something with this fence and allow me to walk up there? Because that looks tantalizing. It looks like it's meant to be walked on, you know? It's not... They could very easily have just had this wall continue here and make this obviously blocked off. But the fact that... Like, it really looks like... I'm just clicking on anything here. It really looks like there maybe you are allowed to walk over there. Possibly. There's even a gap in the trees there, see? Like, I feel like maybe you can go through here if you can do something with this. But do what is the question. Like, what time is this actually supposed to be as well? Like, if this was a time of day, then we could come here at that time of day when its shadow is correct. Okay, I'm gonna assume we want this to stay like this, so that the lift is still active. And I guess I don't want to stick around until it's fully nighttime. Can I even see where the sun is? Surely the sun, like, the shadows look kind of long, but I guess they don't. That doesn't change, right? Like, the shadows aren't lengthening as the sun goes down. Maybe they're just always like that. It's hard not to feel like the sun is setting, right? Like, it's not visible in the sky. Why are there still shadows? What is the meaning of the sundial? Do I need to click on these? Do I need to click on them in a particular order? Okay, well, I guess we're going back to the planetarium and calling it a day. Still, progress was made. We found out that you can smash vases. We got some really good information from that new clue book, although it does mean that we now have to go back to the library and take out more books. Kind of curious, like, we've seen a few of these. Are these just decorative then? They have no purpose, maybe? Also very curious about opening that doorway, the gate there, so that we can go up the side of the house, because we've never been up that side of the house, and like over there and looked at that statue. Okay, so we were going... Oh, it's a long way, isn't it? I'm just gonna, because we've got the steps, I'm just gonna real quick look, just to make sure there's no other vases that we could potentially break, because, like, this is a vase, we're just, yeah, not allowed to break it. There are vases here, I'm guessing we're not allowed to break these. No. Stuff with plants in, I guess, you're not supposed to break. Okay, so then we're off to the planetarium to get a couple more stars. Which is this way. Anything to smash in here? Probably not. Nope. Yep, so through here. Just looking everywhere now for vases. And here's our here's the planetarium. Where we shall end the day. Oh, trading post. Crap. We could trade for a keycard. We only have 21 steps left. We could trade for a keycard. Could we? I don't think we could trade for a keycard and get back in and get to the gymnasium at this point, though. Because even from, okay, let's see. Just from the entrance hall, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, but we gained some steps back. So 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so we have enough steps to get to the gymnasium from the entrance hall. We don't have enough steps to get out and back in. Unless we find... what would we have to find in there? We'd have to find... Okay, so we have the running shoes, which does get us a few extra steps. We'd have to find the sleeping mask, I guess. Because then when we came back through, we'd trigger it a couple of times. So another option is we go down the foundation and then back up the foundation. Is that better? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think going through the foundation has to be better. And I also think we have to do this because if we can continue drafting, we should. It's just always better to draw more rooms. So we're going outside. Oh yeah, I guess we can look for vases here as well. Just in case there are any. Though I tend to doubt that there would be. Yeah. Yeah, I always forget trading post means you can actually trade the items you've got, and we have quite a lot of items right now, so we should probably trade some if we can get a key card. I'm pretty sure that we have some stuff that you can trade for a key card. So let's try the secret garden key. Gives you a prism key. Prism key gets you a metal detector. We like a metal detector. Treasure map is useless without. So dowsing rod maybe I don't care about. Broken lever is not a ton of use. Oh wait, no. Okay, if we can trade for a battery, we can combine the sledgehammer and the broken lever and the battery, and then we can break through the thing. Okay, I don't think we care about the gear wrench anymore today. Prism key just gives us dice, which we don't care about. Telescope gives us a silver key. Silver key gives us a lockpick. Lockpick gives us car keys. Car keys gives us battery pack. Okay, so now we can build that thing to smash down the wall in the weight room. But we would like... some way of getting more steps. So we want to keep the... Let's say we don't care about the coupon book anymore. I think we don't care about car keys or coin purse. We also don't care about salt. We don't care about keys either. Crap. Okay, let's say we don't care about that. That is trades for coin purse. Coin purse trades back to car keys. There's your for silver key for lockpick. Prism key, yeah, for that. Battery pack we don't want to trade. We don't want to trade sledgehammer. We could trade Lucky Rabbit's foot. Silver key for car keys. Magnifying glass we want to keep. Why can't I find a shovel? Or a sleeping mask? That's all I really want. Metal detector we'll keep. Broken lever we want to keep. Lockpick key maybe we want to keep. Sledgehammer, prism, crap. Oh, there's the sleeping mask. Okay, that gets us extra steps. The extra steps are not very useful without a key card. So it gets us quite a lot of extra steps, actually, because we can go through here, pick up that. So yeah, we're going to be getting a chunk of extra steps. Oh, which side of the antechamber will this weight room open? We should be able to figure that out, because we know the other ones. Let's see. Lever rooms. The Mechanarium does the left, the Suki Garden does the left and the right. The Great Hall does the right, the Greenhouse does the bottom, so this one, the weight room must also do the bottom. So we can get into the antechamber through the archives, but we can't do anything when we're in there, which is a shame. So yeah, still no key card, and the key card is what we need. Yeah. It's a shame. Well, I guess we should still keep. Okay, so that doesn't. That goes to car keys. That also goes to car keys. Okay, so if we make that actually car keys, this goes to a coupon book. None of this is helpful. Coupon book to coin purses. This is just back and forth. Yeah. So running shoes for rabbit's foot probably doesn't get us there. Prism key just gets us dice, which doesn't help. That's dice. That's coupon book. So we just have back and forth. Yeah, that's like a three-way thing there. So yeah, that doesn't help. That doesn't help. Yeah, damn it. No key card for us, I guess. That's really unfortunate. Okay, so we want to go back in, and we want to go in the entrance hall because we want to go through these rooms. In fact, we want to pop into that workshop real quick as well. Okay, it's nighttime now. Do we go check out the... No. What's up there? Is that the observatory that we drafted? Maybe. Just to the left of the entrance hall. I think it might be. Yeah. Okay. So first things first, let's make items. So we know we want to do this for sure. Okay. And then, is there anything else we can do? So we can do magnifying glass, metal detector. Just checking all of the possibilities. I don't know why salt and sleeping mask would work, but well, I may as well do this as well. It's a shame we couldn't do this on the day we had the tomb, which is what I actually wanted to do. But maybe there's other stuff for us to light on fire. And then none of the rest of this stuff does anything. Yeah, okay. Where are we? We're here. We want to go... Yeah, this way. And we should be able to go through some bedrooms to get some steps back. I'm just looking around for anything I can set on fire, or anything I can smash with my big hammer. It is worth popping back through here, I think, to get the extra steps. Yep. Maybe only just. Alright, we already lit those. There was nothing in the storeroom. No. Oh, I guess I didn't. It was inefficient for me to go to this workroom. I forgot that I'd be going through this one. Okay, so we want to go all the way up to the weight room. And we still have no way of digging. I'm so suspicious of this room now. Now that we know that it's one of these like corner case rooms. And there's nothing to light here, right? No. Although I do wonder, is there hidden stuff in the library as well? Because it's got this upstairs area. We don't want to do anything in here, I don't think. We could... Yeah, nothing to light on fire. We already bought out everything here, yeah. What is this about? When does this happen? What is the animal that lives here? Oh yeah, we turned the water off for the kitchen. Tea. Okay, nothing to do here. Anything to do here. Can I smash any of these with a giant hammer? Doesn't look like it. This is another room where I'm convinced that there's more to it. But I don't know what that more is or how we get to it. So we're next going up here and then left. Which means, for flip's sake, such a lot of toing and froing and backing and forwarding in this game. Okay, so we want to go through here, then right again. I'm gonna pop into the boudoir just to make sure there's not a vase in here to break. I don't think there is. But we get some steps for it anyway. Ooh. No. Okay, we already did that. There's nothing going on here, right? It's weird that this is turning, honestly, because there isn't any music playing here. And you can't interact with this in any way. Oh, we never actually went in here. Watch there be a keycard just like on the table. No, okay, nothing here. Oh, and this takes us to where we want to be anyway, so then we should break this, and there should be a lever. And a note. And part of a map. Okay, so we already had the other part of this map, the H-Angel. Yeah, we already figured that out. This doesn't actually do anything. We could get in there, but we haven't. We didn't open the other room. So what does this say? The destruction of structural elements of the house, like walls, is not permanent or reset every few days. This is a lie. It is permanent, which is good. So that's permanently open now. So we have a reason to draft this room occasionally now. Okay, so now we want to go back to the planetarium and end there, and put the boiler room back to have the red door opened. Yeah. Oh, can we break this? No. Can we break this? No. Can we break it with the power hammer, or do we have to use the regular sledgehammer? Yeah, that's another question. Okay, progress is still being made, I feel. We could have made more progress, absolutely. But I mean, 65 allowance, it's going to be 68 stars when we finish the day in the planetarium. Definitely could be worse. We also made really good progress on deciphering that new clue book, I think. Although it doesn't mean we have to find even more books and take those out of the library as well. Here's our planetarium, and let's call it a day in here. Yeah. I wish we had the tomb. I wish we could keep this. But we can't. Alright, I'm gonna do one more day, I think, because this has already been kind of a long stream. So, what can we get done today? Where's that last microchip? Why am I sitting in a dark room? These are all... Let me turn my lights on. All valid questions. Okay. We haven't done a single step of progress on the mailroom thing. Okay, so those stay broken. So that's good to know. I do wonder if there's, like, in her ladyship's chamber or in the master bedroom, there is a breakable vase. Those seem like places that could have vases. Yeah, I was so set on trying to get additional mail, and we haven't been able to do that at all. Okay, so tomb again. I'm all in on trying to light stuff on fire in the tomb. So if we can get another thing. Oh yeah, I meant to say earlier, then I forgot about it. So making a wish, I wonder if that increases your luck, because we know that luck is a thing that kind of exists in the game, and we have so much starting money now that there's no reason not to toss a coin at the beginning of the day, because it might help. You know, you never know. Den, yeah, let's get a gem, and possibly, yep, a chest. Early commissary, we love an early commissary, and we love it more than the other two. Yeah. And, okay, magnifying glass, sleeping mask, sledgehammer. Okay, all good items. I will take all of these. I don't really care about the price. Okay, now if you can find a metal detector and a workshop. So we'll take the observatory, because we know we're going to get good value out of it. And we're up to 69 stars, which is nice. We get a key and 5 diamonds, which is lovely. And we can redraft a lot easier now. This book is... Oh! Is this a green book? Is this a book that anagrams to Luna Renamed? No, it doesn't. Okay, so what is Luna Renamed? And what is Draft the Sixes? Okay, well, next time we find the library, we can look at the list of books, and we can see if we can figure that out, I guess. Okay. Parlor. Just connects back to the den, but gives us 3 gems. Planetarium. Good to find it. We don't have... Oh, but there's going to be an ivory dice in here. An ivory die, maybe I should say. I'm going to take this. Just to have this, and then if we do get lucky and find the telescope again, then we can continue making progress in here. Let's just have a quick look, make sure there's nothing else. There's not. Okay. So we still need to find a computer terminal to start our experiment. Break room, yeah. More keys. And a free coin. Okay, I'm waiting for the next difficult thing. So yeah, okay, we've got this. 1/3. Oh, this is the same one we just had. Is this just the last? Oh no, okay, it's different now. Oh my god. Okay, so we've got 3 minus 1 is 2. Times 6 is 12. Flipped is 21. Minus 2 is 19. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this way. Pantry. So pantry is one of the rooms. Yeah, one of the rooms that apparently has a small clue in it, and it's also not a dead end, so we'll take this. There's an apple, which we can eat later if we get an apple's quest. So bridge is written differently. Okay. Bridge. Okay, so pantry is bridge. I think it has to be right, like that just stands out. So that must be that. And then what was the other ones that we had? We had patio, nook, and office. Okay. So we can try and find those as well. Well, there's the nook. Okay, it does dead end us, but we can go from the entrance hall. We have a lot of redraws. So I'm going to take this. This also lets us get the library and look at our list of book names. Okay, so is it here? Is this it? Beside. Okay. Beside. So nook is beside. So we've got something beside something bridge. Okay. So there's the library, which we do actually want to take, I think. Even though we can't draft from it. Or do we take the storeroom just because it gets us more stuff? Or do we take the break room because it gets us more keys? Second break room of the day? That'll give us 3 of these, like, tomorrow rooms. Which is, like, I guess, redundant, because we probably want to end the day in the planetarium to get more stars, because I want to know what happens if you get to, what was it, like 89 or something? It was quite a large number of stars, but I want to know what happens if you get to that, because that's how many stars there were on that drawing. Okay, let's take the library, because we do want to take out another book, and we can also look at... Just make sure there's nothing weird here. No. We can also potentially look at the names of books and see if any of them anagram. Okay, so let's see. So Luna renamed. Luna. Okay, if the ampersand is an A and D, does that allow you to do realm and rune? Yep, so Realm and Rune is our green book, so we need to take that out at some point. Again, I guess, because we already read it. So we want to look at, so for Realm and Rune, we want to look at page 13, word 10. So we probably can't use the the knackered copy that we have down in the mines. I'm going to take this book out, and then draft the 6s. Oh, the fixed stars. Okay, so we have access to that already. We don't even have to take it out. So we can actually go and look at that one right now in the observatory that we already drew. Okay, cool. So, if we can find the nursery, there's a copy of the Red Prince in there. Realm and Rune, it's possible that we can find what we need from the ruined copy. Okay, if we get a dead end or something crappy in the entrance hall, if we end up having to not make any more progress, we can at least go and look at some books today. Chamber of Mirrors is pretty bad there. Passageway is also not great. Ooh. Okay, is today the day we tunnel all the way up? Because security is a dead end. What happens if you just do... but it's... I want to tunnel all the way to the, out to the end. I want to know what happens if this end of it is outside of the house. I'm going to redraw again. Okay, workshop. Workshop allows us to keep making progress. And has a battery. Okay. What other items did we have? Okay, we can't make anything with what we've got, I'm pretty sure. Right, battery pack and magnifying glass doesn't do anything, yeah. Magnifying glass and no, it doesn't do anything, and sledgehammer. Yeah, okay, so we need a lever, we need a metal detector is what we really want. Okay, so let's keep going. Let's try and find a courtyard, I guess. So we could secret passage courtyard, secret passage green room, I think is a good choice here. If we can find the courtyard, then there's a decent chance of us finding a metal detector. Crap. Do we redraw? So Cloister has good connectivity, but is very expensive. I think I want the courtyard. It doesn't connect to the foundation, but that's not the end of the world. Let's take this. It gives us more gems and maybe... No, okay, no metal detector, but we've got a shovel. Which is not a bad item. Okay, and so then... Do we want to go this way? What are we looking for? We're looking for... Really, we're looking for a metal detector. I really desperately want to get in the tomb with the magnifying glass metal detector item. So we've already found the commissary. So I don't know where we're going to find the metal detector is the thing. I don't know what rooms potentially have it. Do we try and curve around and connect to here somehow? Okay, another workshop. Workshop could have metal detector. Or it could have a coin purse and a dead end. Okay, well that's not fantastic. Just to double check, can't make anything with this, no. Can't make anything with the coin purse, no. Magnifying glass, no. And the running shoes, nope, didn't think so. Okay. So we have to go back. Okay, well, there's the freezer, there's the the mechanarium. We've got 1, 2... It would be 3, it wouldn't be very good. Okay. So then the parlor, I guess, is what we have to take. So we're still looking for the patio and the office. Okay. The gems are in the blue box. The gems are in the only true box. Only one statement is true. Okay. If this is true, then that would mean that the gems were in the blue box. The gems are in the only true box, right? But then that means this is also true, so this can't be true. The gems cannot be in the only true box. Which either means the gems are in a false box, or there are 2 true boxes, and the gems are in one of them. Which doesn't help us at all, really. Only one statement is true. If this is true, then neither of those statements are true. So the gems aren't in the blue box, and the gems are not in the only true box, which means they're not in here, which means the gems have to be in here. I think that is correct. Yeah. Okay, we continue. Chapel is good here. Gets us money. Let's just keep going. Doesn't lose us steps. Exactly the same connectivity as the gymnasium. Oh, and we get the coin purse. We get even more money. So we're loaded today, which is honestly kind of a shame because we can't really do much with it. I guess if we find the showroom or the casino. Okay, there's the office, and it goes the way we want to go. And we want to go in the office because there was another clue in here. So let's. Oh, and we can start an experiment as well. So, where is the word that is written differently here? Not there. West. Okay, so the office is west. Okay, so if it goes patio, nook, office, pantry, then we've got something beside West Bridge. But what does West Bridge mean? Because... yeah, I don't know. Okay, so let's get a gem. And let's start an experiment. I guess this is just a piece of decoration which shows up all over the house. Okay. So we will start an experiment. Whenever you draft a shop, or immediately, or whenever you draft. Okay, so... okay, none of these are very exciting. Whenever you draft a shop room, add a small chest to the entrance hall. Sure. Okay, so... well, we've only drafted one shop, so we could, in theory, find more shops. And we have a sledgehammer, so we can easily open the chests, so that's something. Her ladyship's spare room allows us to continue going, so we will take that. And a gem, okay. But yeah, we're allowed to break that. And let's keep going, we'll use a key. Okay, patio was our last... yeah, patio was our last thing that we cared about for corner rooms, so it's a bit of a waste, but I think we take it. It does pay for itself immediately. Okay. Buried. Buried beside West Bridge. Okay, well, I guess there is a bridge somewhere on the west, and we need to find a shovel and dig it up. Whatever's there. Oh, we have a shovel. Okay. So that's something for us to do today then, I guess. Is go outside, find the west bridge, and try and dig up something next to it. Whatever that may be. There's the lab, which allows us to keep making progress, and so we will take it. Yep. Any items in the lab? I'd kill for a metal detector. We've already started the experiment, so we don't need to do anything else here. Bit of a shame, really. Because if we'd have waited a little bit, I guess, we would have found this. We could have started the experiment here without having to use remote terminal access, and then we could use the remote terminal access to unlock all the doors if we managed to trigger this enough times. Although shops tend to be dead ends, and so we would probably run out of progress to make before we unlocked all the doors. Let's go this way. Can we connect to this workshop? Okay, nursery has a book in it that we care about. Gym allows us to keep making progress, but we... Oh, we're not connected to the foundation, but we can come up through here if we have a key card, which we don't. Do we take gymnasium? I think we do. It does allow us to keep going. We want to get over here. It's a shame the nursery has a book in it that we want to read. But we can also take that book out, and we can find the nursery some other time as well, so... Okay, so that unlocks that, which is nice. Starting to run low on keys. Okay, so we could take the boudoir. That doesn't help us. So the locksmith does trigger our experiment. There's a possibility we can maybe buy a key card there. But then that's basically it for the day. I think I might have to redraw here. Because I want to get down here to this area. Let's redraw. Okay, boiler room. Yeah. Although this does mean that now we have to dick around with stuff down there to get the bridge open again. We also have to turn this, and then turn this on. Let's see, so the gym is connected to stuff that doesn't care about power. Okay, so let's go this way. Yeah. Okay, so security lets stuff through, gives us good progress. Yes, we'll do security. Costs a gem, but that's okay. Then we can turn the number of security doors down here as well. Because we do not want a lot of security doors today. And let's just check. So there's... Okay, we've got a lot of coins. A trunk, a gem, and a fruit. Where are the coins? Weird. Where are the coins? So the gem is in the courtyard, because that got spread from the patio. Huh. Oh, I know where the coins are. So the coins are in the tomb. Every single time you draft a dead end, you put money in the tomb. So there was the tomb itself puts 5 down, the planetarium put 1 down, and then... Did we have another dead end? Maybe not. So... Maybe it was already 10 and then the planetarium added another 5, I guess. Okay. Okay, well there's a keycard door, which is not great. Because I really, really wanted to go down that way. God, that's irritating. Okay. We might be running low on progress to be made here. Okay, so we could power the furnace. Or, no, kitchen is better, because that's the experiment being triggered. Which we like. Green rooms. Okay, we don't need to take this right now. But I feel like... I don't know, am I going to regret it if I don't? No. We have enough steps. And we'll be coming back this way anyway. Boudoir is effectively a dead end. Crap. Okay, do we take Solarium here? Do we take Solarium? So there'll be something to dig. It costs a gem, but we get more likely to draw unusual and rare. Yeah, we'll take this one. Making sure I can't break any of this stuff. No, okay. We can dig. And we get a turnip. Lovely. Let's just double check this. Yeah, this is just how you get into the cloister. Okay. Alright, I will, in this case, I may as well... So this is 15 for 5. This is 15 for 8. And that's enough step. We don't need a ton more steps. I mean, like... Yeah. So now we have to go all the way back. We can't open that, so we've got to go all the way back around. So... we want to... Let's put this back how it was. So much, like, busy work in this game, I think, is the one complaint I would have about it. Okay, so there is a chance that we still find a key card. But more importantly, I want to find a metal detector, and I don't know... Okay. All dead ends apart from Break Room. Break Room does allow us to keep going, but the attic has 8 items in it. If one of those items is a metal detector, I'm happy. If it's not, I'm pretty sad. But realistically, how much more progress am I even going to make today? Okay, if one of them is a metal detector or one of them is a key card, then we're not too sad. So we're gambling. Okay, we have a broken lever, which is not very much help. Although we do have the battery, so we could make the super digging machine, which I don't think we've ever made before. There's our metal detector. Excellent. Just what I wanted. Okay. And then just some gems. Okay. And so we may as well break this open. More keys. Okay, any vases to smash in here? I mean, that one looks smashable, but we can't get to it. Okay, so no key card, but metal detector. So back to workshop. Make tools. Which tools do we want to make? So I think we've done all our bashing down walls we need to do. So let's make this, because we can do stuff in the tomb with this, we think. There's also stuff to dig in the tomb. So maybe we make the super shovel, because I don't think we've made that before. Shovel, this, and battery pack, right? Yeah. Actually, real quick, let me just make sure there's no, like, bizarre combination of shoes and batteries or something. No. Coin person batteries? No. Okay, so battery, shovel, lever to make the jackhammer. Oh yeah, also, yeah, we wanted to dig beside the west bridge, so maybe you need an extra good digging tool. Okay, so next we were going to go just out, I think, right? So there might be digging to do in the courtyard. Did we already dig here? We didn't. Okay. We get better dig. Wow, a whole coin. There's our extra gem. So there is still a small chance of us finding a key card, but it's a very small chance, I think. So yeah, we're going to go back out this way. And we're going to the tomb to try and light stuff on fire. Yeah. But also, beside West Bridge, this is east. So it must be, yeah, over here, this bridge. Okay. Beside West Bridge. Right here. There it is, the third microchip. Amazing. Okay. Oh, today, what a way to end, though. What a way to end. I was getting worried that I wasn't going to be able to do the stuff I wanted to do, and then look at us. Okay, let's... Yes! Okay, cool, cool, cool. Secret stuff. What do we have here? Oh, upgrade disc. Oh, my favorite thing in the world. Okay, we have so many steps. Oh, this is so good. Okay. Those are already lit. Can I light those? No. Can I break that? No. I wonder if you needed the good digging tool for that, or oh wow, so much gold. Okay, it's not a dead end. Okay, so we can go down there. I won't go down there just yet. I want to finish exploring this area. I'm gonna look out for torches like that as well, because we know that we can light those. Not that. Not that. Okay. Can we smash open this tomb? I guess not. Feels like there should be something to do here, but I guess there isn't. Oh, but there is here. Oh, okay. So this is her ladyship. This is Clara Epson. Ooh. Oh, Christ. Okay, well, this is a foreign language we don't speak. Oh, God. I feel like I need to take a picture of this, because I'm not going to be able to write it out very neatly. Forget Uldiane Inn. I mean, this looks like actual normal words. Uldajura. So, jaw was name, right? Law was word. Law, jar, word. Lorja Eld Iris. Uldajura. Okay, well, yeah, let's take a photo. So this is there's so many puzzles in this game. Like, good God, how am I supposed to figure it all out? Okay, so we have a photo of this. Okay, Hugh Sinclair Lou. So it looks like there's like normal words in between other stuff. Like, we've got gift here, right? Okay, so we've got to try and figure that out. But we've also got one of these puzzles which we like. So this, yeah, this one is the Araja one, which is the violet, right? So we want to get all four corners to be violet. Yeah, Araja is violet. So, okay, so how do these move? So, oh yeah, that one just goes down. Oh, and this rotates the ones around it. Okay, so immediately we need to restart, I think, because we need to rotate these like this. And then we make one go down. Oh, did I screw this up already? Maybe I did, yeah. Okay, there is a way to get this to work the way I want it to, which is... like that. There we go. Easy peasy. More allowance. Okay, so our allowance is now 67. Pretty good. Ooh! There it is! There it is! There it is! That's the key. The key to her diary. Okay. Alright, so now... okay, any day with the tomb is a day we really want to try and find her ladyship's chamber. The actual one, not her spare room. Okay. So, now we know. Tomb... come down here, get the key, then go to... then go to her chamber and we can read her diary, and hopefully her diary will tell us how to read that note. Okay, any more torches to light? Anything to dig up? Why does this stick out? Okay, we already read this. Yeah. I've got turned around. Oh yeah, we're going this way. Okay, that's back towards the entrance. Is there really no dig spots down here? I guess not. Okay, was there anything else for us to light? I guess not then. Huh. Okay, well, I mean, again, so there were two things. Which is better than no things. Okay, and then we wanted to check out what was down here. In case there's stuff for us to light here as well. Except... oh, maybe we've already been here, actually, thinking about it. Because... I think we have been here and checked out everything here. Oh no, maybe not, actually. Because it's through that... yeah, that's the door we can't get through without pulling the statue's hand down. So we've done everything on the other side of that. Let's just have a quick look around here to make sure I'm not missing anything. I don't think I am. There's no name on this, right? No, it's just the 8th angel. Yeah, okay. Okay, and so now back to the Black Bridge Grotto. Very exciting. Okay. Wow, today I'm so genuinely so happy that we managed to get a really good ending today, because I was a little bit worried the last few days have been kind of lackluster. But we've got so much progress. And we know 2 books that we want to look at. Oh, and the fixed stars. Okay, so we're going to finish the planetarium, so we're going to go back through via the observatory anyway. So we can do that and check out the fixed stars there and see what its word is. And then this goes in here. We get a whole ass cutscene. Oh, castle, court, cloak. Castle, court, cloak. Okay. So we know castle comes from that wall we busted down. Okay, and that opens. Where does it go? What does it mean? Okay, I'm just writing down castle, court, cloak. So courtyard and cloak room, I think, are both rooms. Is that right? Maybe there isn't a cloak room, actually, thinking about it. Wow, we've really been filling out the directory. Are there any rooms we don't have? No, okay, we've got all of the normal rooms. We've got all of the bedrooms, we've got all the hallways, we've got all but one of the green rooms. Which is this one, then? Oh, this is the one, this is no, not the veranda. This is the one that green rooms are free. There's no gem cost. I guess we've just never taken this one. Interesting. We've got all but one of the shops. Which shop have we not drafted? Huh. We've done all the red rooms, and we've added some, but we've never seen the dovecot. Oh yeah, dovecot. And we've found all of these, and we never drafted the tunnel yet, because I feel like there's got to be something cool you can do with that. Okay, fantastic. And then we've got this, whatever this means. Okay, everything's blue now rather than red. Where does this lead? Oh, this is exciting. I'm not even going to run. I'm not even going to run. I'm just going to take my time and walk. Throne room. Reclaim the crown. Yes. Okay, so do we need to steal the fake room, the fake crown, and swap it for the real crown? Okay, that's exciting. Throne room. Okay, presumably that's end game type stuff. There's Reddington. Can we go to Reddington? Like, can we end up going down that path? What's this? Oh, this is quite something. All right, was there anything else to do today? Oh yeah, upgrade disc. Mustn't forget the upgrade disc. Oh yeah, we've got chests to open in the entrance hall as well. And then, yeah, we're going via the observatory to read that book, and then finishing the planetarium, I think, today. Oh, what a day to end on. I really want to play more now, because we just made this amazing progress. Kind of weird to have this behind this computerized door when, like, literally anyone can just look and see that it's here. It's not exactly secret, even if it's intended to be hidden. Okay, so that's what that got us. The throne room. What is this, though? Still. And what happens if I take this out? It just closes again? Okay, and if I put it back in, we don't get the cutscene over again. Alright. This still isn't on. I guess, is this busted? Maybe. Okay. Okay. It is weird that you can take these out. It makes me wonder, is there another place they can be plugged in? Okay. So now we go back inside. Oh, I'm excited for the throne room now, if we can ever find that. So, okay, there's a tiny chance that this contains a keycard. No. Alright, and so in that case, we're going through the commissary to the observatory to read that book. We can't light these, no. We already bought everything here, right? I guess we could, but oh no, we need to go to the security room before we finish. Well, let's read the book first, since we're right here. Okay, and it was... Okay, what was this one? This one was... Fixed stars, so page 3 would 8. So we've got 1, 2, 3. That doesn't seem right. ZX 3, 8. Oh, so this is page 1, this is page 2, of course. This is page 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Base. Okay. So we've got something something sundial base. What about the sundial base? Okay, we've got the jackhammer and we've got sledgehammer. Maybe we pop outside and try and smash the sundial base? Or dig underneath the sundial base? Keycard? No. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're right here. It's something about the sundial base. What is it about the sundial base? Like the fact that it's got it's got multiple, like it's got some of the things here, right? There's oh. Oh my god. Okay, but what do we do? Do I zap the outside one as well? Apparently not. Okay, so we zap 2 of them, and then what do we rotate? Okay, so that's why we can unplug those things. Okay, okay. Oh my god. I thought I was done for the day. This is amazing. We got so lucky today. Knowing that we needed the zappy thing. Oh, if only we had also drafted her ladyship's chamber for the diary key, this would have been a perfect day. But okay, as it is, let's go and recover all 3 of these. That explains why you can take them out. Okay. So does this lower the fence and allow you to walk off in that direction over there that I was indicating? I guess this means we don't need to find the other 2 books because we figured out sundial base. And that's, I mean, presumably there's no more to the puzzle than that, right? It's going to say something like, I don't know. Why did we have to zap them, though? What does that mean? Like, is that the time? Okay, what's going on? Oh, outside communication is restored, perhaps. Is that what that is? The satellite dish has been permanently unlocked and added to your campsite. New experimental data packets can now be uploaded to the laboratory from Sinker, and inbound electronic mail and communications from off-site will no longer be blocked. This seems huge. So, experimental data packets can be uploaded to the laboratory from Sinker. Does that mean that we can just trigger an experiment multiple times without having to actually do it? Okay, so I was wrong about that, I guess. And if we take this, does that turn this? I guess it doesn't, so we can take these. Okay, what is the significance of zapping this, though? Did we need to zap it in order to be able to rotate it then? I guess we must have. Strange. But like, does this have a meaning? This orientation? God, I don't know. Okay, let's go plug this back in over here. And then we can access the terminal in that room as well. Wow, what a last day for a stream. And we're not even like completely fully done yet because I think there's other stuff that we could maybe do. Okay. We got our upgrade disc as well, so okay, let's do that. I didn't know you could use an upgrade disc here. This is good to know. Nursery, okay. What do we want the nursery to be? Whenever you draft a bedroom, gain 8, so it's just a strict upgrade of the nursery. Nurse's station. If you have less than 10 steps when you enter this room, set your steps to 20. That's kind of nice. Whenever you draft another green room, 2 gems will sprout in this room. So, okay, so it becomes a green room. Whenever you draft another green room, 2 gems will sprout in this room. So it's good for gems. I'm going to take that one. I feel like we're short on gems more often than we're short on steps. And these 2 just care about steps. If you draft another green room, 2 gems will sprout in this room. Yeah, let's do that. We like green rooms. It's a shame it's not a bedroom anymore. It's a green room. Okay, and then... So we should be able to... Libby, because they have the most access, and so data files, no, not that one. Network settings. Check the connection. Operational. Okay, offsite communication with the sinker, fully functional. All right. So I think we can't do anything from here. All right. So let's go to one of the other terminals we have. Today has been an amazing day. I'm so pleased to have figured out so many different puzzles. Okay, so... we already did the observer, so now we want to go to security in the lab, I guess. Let's go to the lab first, and see if we're right about being able to just trigger experiments without doing anything. So we would need, we need to keep going this way. And we can't make any new items. No, okay. Okay, so... we can log into the network, probably. So do we have a new option here? Data transfers. Oh. Advanced experiments designed for experienced technicians. That sounds good. Okay, so these like more powerful experiment results, like rather than just add 1 to your allowance, it's like, God, I don't know, do something even better. Yeah, let's take that. Downloading a packet. Do you have to do this every day, or do you just do this once and then it's done? 8 new experimental triggers, 8 new experimental effects. Okay, that's exciting. Okay, each time you draft an upgraded floor plan, each time you access a different terminal, the first time you enter each room on rank 9, for each room you draft in the next 40 seconds, okay, for each room with a fireplace, each time you view your map, lose 10 steps, and then, each time you pull a different antechamber lever, okay, each time you draft a tomorrow room, and the thing is lower the reservoir. Oh! Lower the reservoir by 1. Stock your pantry with fruit. Unseal one of the antechamber doors. Wow. Permanently increase your lockpicking skill. That sounds amazing. Gain 1 random item, then set your keys to 0. Remove a crate from the tunnel. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, the tunnel. The tunnel does stuff, and those crates can be removed. Holy shit. Gain 1 key for each 40 steps you have. Potentially really good early. Lose half your steps, then gain 4 every day. Okay. Some of these are amazing. Like, each time you view your map, lose 10 steps, and then, if you can get that really early, you could just trigger that like 6 times. And just like be like, okay, this is all I'm doing today is this. Remove a crate from the tunnel, though. Jesus, I need more of that. Okay. Data transfers. No data packets. Okay. Email. Do we have any new email? Lock it down, lock it all down. Okay, this is old, I guess. Baron Sinclair, as we discussed in our meeting earlier this week, we'll be sealing off the entrance to the Blackbridge server this week, as well as archiving all our electronic mailboxes and locking access. I'm not sure just how tech-savvy we expect the Red Guard to be, but there's more than enough data on our servers with these extra precautions. But there's more than enough data on our servers that these extra precautions are, in my opinion, the very minimum measures that we should be considering, given the likelihood of investigation next month. Okay. Chef, please don't worry much about freezer access. The experiments we're doing aren't very sensitive, and they're already accounting for normal variations due to expected use and staff traffic. However, surprisingly, we did see a major temperature rise on Friday, which I believe may be related not to your freezer visit, but to the use of furnace in close proximity. In the future, you should try to draft that a bit further away, as the temperature rise from drafting that room has a major effect on temperature in the house, and even more so in rooms in close proximity. Oh, okay. So it's not enough to just draft the furnace and the freezer, you got to draft the furnace near the freezer, I guess. Okay, that's good to know. Randolph, as I know you've been conducting temperature-related experiments this past week, I've tried my best to avoid accessing my frozen stock during your normal working hours. However, on Friday, I was making my famous black truffle pizza and had to visit the freezer for a few ingredients. I hope I didn't mess anything up. Okay. And do we have anything else we can do here? I don't think so. Well, let's have a quick look at the glossary. Is there anything we don't have in the glossary? This has all been filled out. That's all filled out. That's all filled out. Yep, okay, cool. We know all of the words. Okay, and so now let's go to security and see if there's anything we can do with the computer there, I guess. Anything to dig? We already dug there. I've gone the wrong way. That is also the wrong way. It's through here. Crap, we've got to go through the fucking boiler room again. This is the bane of my existence, this room recently. Okay, that is enough. We didn't get the office today, right? Oh no, we did! Okay, well we'll have to go to the office as well. Okay, we have to log in. Data transfers. Oh, okay. Maybe that was the only thing. We've already read all of this. Yeah. And so, is there anything else? No. Okay. So let's go to the office and make sure there's nothing there. Which is we can't open that. This way. Gotta put this back how it was. Good grief. Okay, so, but what does castle court cloak mean? And what do we do with that information? We were... Okay, so we just went to security, so we're going back through here. We're going lab, patio, spare room, office. right? I guess we could also go workshop, courtyard, parlor, chapel, office. And it's basically the same. Parlor, parlor. Chapel, office. Okay. And we were here for the computer. And we can log into the network again. Okay. Data transfers, nothing here. Email, I think we've already read all. Oh, new email. Amazing. Dear Simon P. Jones, we, the undersigned, would like to inform you, as the contingent heir of Mount Holly, that while you are exploring the estate, the staff have been placed on indefinite paid leave. You have the full right and privilege to spend as much time on the estate as you deem fit, without the interruption and supervision of the staff. It is entirely at your discretion to decide when and if the staff are to return to their duties. Maguire, McKinley, and McDougall, who are lawyers, I'm assuming. Back to mailbox, and then from Anne Babbage. Simon, just to let you know, a few of us on the staff have a habit of using the staff announcements board that is located in the network under staff services. You may notice new announcements from time to time. This is convenient as most of the staff who are interested have access to the public terminal in Synca, while very few, like Randolph or myself, have electronic mail capabilities. And Babbage. Okay, so... oh, and then there's older ones. Okay, good to know. Network menu, staff services. Can we do this? No. Can we punch in and out? No. But we can look at staff announcements. November 7th. I don't think anyone else has access to the network this month apart from you, Simon. If you're reading this, just to know we're all rooting for you. And here's a new one, November the 8th. Hey, Simon. How was your first day on the estate? Hopefully you're not having too much trouble drafting rooms, as it can be a bit overwhelming. I'm normally in charge of drafting the rooms for the day each morning, so I know how it goes. And Babbage. Just to let everyone know, the estate has been cut off from the outside communications, Sinclair's instructions, so I don't think Simon's going to be seeing anything posted here for the time being. Now you tell me. And I'm guessing that means the electronic mail accounts are disabled as well. Yes, here he should only be able to access data currently on the system. So if he does figure out the network password, he should be able to read any emails that were on the system on November 6th, as that is when the satellite communications were shut down. I'm getting anxious. Does anyone have any update on Simon's progress? That's Kimberly Thompson. I wonder... So now we've just unlocked this stuff, and so they presumably, going forward, will know that we have done this. And so if you do this early enough... does this message not show up? Because it's like, we're pretty late in now. We're like, today was... Let me see, where's my dates? So day 38 was December 14th, and we're past that right now. We're on like day 40-something, I think. No real word on his progress yet, but it's very hard to say without access to the network from here. I'm monitoring a few things from the offices in Synca, but it doesn't really paint a picture of what's happening over there. Your guess is as good as mine. It's been a month now. Does anyone know when we're expected to return to work? I know we don't have much information at this time about what's happening on the estate, but my sister is planning a trip in a week. It'd be nice to know if this indefinite leave has any expected end date. Thanks, Bridget. Hey, Bridget, thanks for checking in. It's a bit complicated, but the short answer is no, we don't really know when we'll be going back to work, so by all means, take that trip and have fun. These indefinite furloughs only happen once in a career. And Babbage. Yes, I'd like to add that even if Simon has found Rune 46, he'll very likely want some additional time alone on the estate to adjust before he summons us back to resume work. If I were placing bets, I was saying it's going to at least be another month, maybe longer. And that was on December 9th, which was like a week ago from now, more or less. Okay. So we may as well do a special order. What do we want to... So magnifying glass feels like it's just a good, safe bet because it's useful for books and for other things. But sledgehammer for breaking... Okay, no, so magnifying glass is harder to find. Sledgehammer you can find in the commissary fairly easily. You can also find it in the courtyard. I'm just going to keep asking for magnifying glasses, I guess. Okay. That's it for the office. So then we were going to go... What's left? We wanted to finish in the planetarium. So let's backtrack there, I guess. Yeah, because we can't get to the foundation, sadly. And we're going this way. Yeah. Oh, and we can dig up something in the planetarium as well. I forgot we never actually did that, I don't think. And we have the fancy digging tool. So there is a tiny, tiny chance, I guess, that we find a key card. I think it's practically 0 chance. But no harm in keeping your fingers crossed, I guess. Nope, just some dice. Alright, well, we got a ton of dice. And nothing to do with them. Shame we didn't have the magnifying glass today. Not the magnifying glass, sorry. The telescope. Okay, so there we go. There's the satellite dish permanent edition. I didn't even... So that's sneaky, because this looked full when there were 4 things. And I assumed that those were the only 4 things. But nope, we've got a satellite dish now as well. Castle Court Cloak. What are we doing with that? And how is that related to anything else? Court and Cloak have fewer letters than Castle. Okay, so we did a lot today. We unlocked this satellite dish thing. We lit a bunch of stuff on fire in the tomb and found secret stuff there. We found out where the diary key is, so we can come back for that at some other point. What else did we do? We dug up the... oh yeah, we did all that stuff in the Blackbridge Grotto, and also found that room that was past there, the one that had the throne room. God, but yeah, we did a lot. I feel pretty good. Okay. It's a shame that we have to call it a day and that we can't make any more progress. But there you are, I guess. Okay. I will call it a day in the planetarium. That'll put us up to 68 stars. And then that is it for today for my stream, I think. It's been 5.5 hours. That is enough blueprints. It's a shame we couldn't find the mechanarium at the end, because I was bearing in mind that we were getting more cogwheel rooms. Like it would have been the 6th one we got if we got it. Okay, no new rooms, but a lot of progress made. Let's save and quit. Okie doke. I am gonna look for somebody to raid, I think. Anybody I'm following streaming. I mean, it's never a bad time for ASMR, I guess. So we could just raid into Kyo again. Let's do that. So, thank you, everybody, for stopping by today. I hope you're as excited as I was about all the progress that got made. A lot of stuff unlocked today, and more leads as well. Like we know we need to figure out what Castle Court Cloak is about. We figured out Sundial Base. We figured out beside the West Bridge. Yeah, I think we might have actually got all of the stuff for A New Clue, that book. Yeah, we got to find the throne room. That's another thing. We got to read the diary. We got to find the last 3 sanctum keys, wherever they may be. Okay, yeah, I don't know when I'm going to stream again next. Sorry about that, but I will maybe be streaming on the weekend. I'll have to see. Because I've got some stuff I think planned for. Yeah, I've got D&D on Sunday. I've got a chat with my friend on Saturday, which is tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, well, raid is about to trigger. Let's go and listen to a microphone being licked, I guess. A nice way to wind down after solving puzzles. Okie doke. I will see you around. Goodbye for now.